Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Conspiracy Monday, a show dedicated to digging deep into why our government's working or not working the way it is. We're going to be going on a very big travel trip through the cosmos, in a way. We're going to discuss issues that may shock you, like the possibility that we may not have landed on the moon, that it all might have been a lie by Richard Nixon. There's a lot of supportive evidence to this theory. That's why we haven't gone back in nearly 50 years. And many people are wondering where the videotape of that footage is. Well, NASA lost all of it. They had to rebuild it from footage that ABC, NBC, and CBS had. We'll be talking about the dangers of vaccines. And it's no longer a conspiracy theory that vaccines contribute to autism. Yale University in 2014 found a study that 38% increase in autism with kids are given vaccines rapidly in sequential order. Not a good thing. We are not allowed to talk about flat Earth here because the flat Earth movement was a government design called Shoot the Moon, designed to take your mind away from the idea that we even have a solar system. They wanted you to not only look at the moon hoax theory as fictitious and ridiculous, but they wanted you to acquire a new theory that the Earth is flat. So whenever you look at the moon hoax videos the government creates, you usually see flat Earth videos as well. So they're trying to basically distract you with flat Earth. So we won't talk about flat Earth here. Similarly, we will not talk about holohoax or the possibility that the Holocaust didn't exist, because we know that there's so much evidence that Holocausts really did exist, many Holocausts throughout the world. To stand here in denial is ridiculous. We need to move on. We need to work forward as opposed to undermine any attempt to stop Zionism. Some of you anti-Zionists who are against Zionism actually run your mouth off about the holohoax, which only turns you into an idiot in the eyes of many people. Very strange. So no longer can you talk about Donald Trump being a Zionist. Your family looks at you and goes, oh yeah, you're the idiot that believes in the Holocaust didn't happen. So that's basically what's happening. You've got to get out of that mentality and look at the reality that Donald Trump is a Zionist. He's working for Ashkenazis. All around him are this type of Jewish person called Ashkenazis. And they're not even real Jewish. They're not even blood relatives of Abraham. These people want to call themselves Jewish, but really, they were the same kind of bankers that gathered around Adolf Hitler and then got him to incarcerate all the other Jewish people and take all their money. So that's happening again in America with the Donald Trump administration and the Ashkenazis that surround him. Very strange reality that we're facing. Talking about Carrie Fisher, they say that she died with heroin, cocaine, and ecstasy in her blood. Problem is, it took forever to find this out. Variety has a story here. Carrie Fisher was found with all these drugs inside of her, but why did it take this long to find this out? According to the autopsy report released Monday, there's something fishy about an autopsy like this, with blood analysis taking, nearly 8 months, or how long did it take? Don't worry about it. But what's really, really suspicious is there is no videotape of Carrie Fisher prior to dying on board that plane. Not a bit. And they hurried her body to cremation rapidly. Another really, really strange little coincidence. Now, we're not allowing anybody to talk about other people in rooms, so if you're wondering why your argument was purged, it's because we don't allow you to talk about other rooms. They bear no bearing on what we're doing here. This has been an independent effort to start a third party for the past 9 years, going on 9 years, and there's no way I could allow you to malign my show with the words of some two-bit scumbag in some other room. So, I'm not Jewish. I have no record in my family of being Jewish. My history is I was raised Catholic, and I abandoned my faith at 11 years old after receiving communion. I just didn't like the taste of the Eucharist. It really gave me a bad taste in my mouth. But in reality, there's a lot of people that don't necessarily have a religion, but they believe in God. So I'm one of those kind of people. So if you're wondering what kind of a person I am. So we have a lot of issues to talk about. Val Kilmer is facing some issues with Michael Douglas. Apparently, Michael Douglas tweeted about Val Kilmer having cancer, and they've had a tweet back and forth. And Val Kilmer is now saying that he did a healing of cancer. So he had a healing of he made an admission of during a recent Reddit Ask Me Anything. But I was looking at a picture of Val Kilmer recently, and he appears to have like a breathing apparatus around his neck. So maybe they did some work. Apparently, he said he had something like Michael Douglas had. So hopefully, it's going to be getting better for him. But we all really love his acting ability, and we certainly hope the best for him. Kind of hard to imagine somebody, you know, in our upbringing had such vigor is now facing illness. It's life sucks in some ways. It really does. Okay. There was a couple of other driving attacks. One targeted in Paris. The Champs-Élysées was a terrorist attack recently, but there's nothing. Nobody got hurt. So there's been a lot of these cars driving around and running over people, but nobody's hurt. Which makes you wonder, are they trying to create the illusion of many terrorist attacks happening, which is a conspiracy theory that they're creating false flag after false flag, pushing us closer to the brink of war. Well, we are technically closer to the brink of war. I mean, Russia is now putting this story out. You know how our plane just shot down a Syrian plane? This is the news from Russia. White House. U.S. wants to de-escalate Syrian situation as Russia warns it will treat jets as targets. Asked to respond to the shoot-down of a Syrian fighter jet over Syria, White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer said the U.S. will protect its interests in Syria and will do what we can to keep open lines of communication with Russia and Syria. We are barking up the wrong tree in Syria. There's no reason for us to be there. I've openly described how this is a Kissinger plan of the New World Order to break down Syria because they want to use it for a pipeline that they've had a plan to do for 45 years. America's general, tell these people who claim I have a zero chance of winning that I am already being seen by millions of people around the world. This wasn't the case in 2011 or 2012, 2014. I have reached astronomical worldwide viewership. My viewership in America is completely censored here on the Vaughn Network. And people who are trying to reach me in America usually have a hard time getting in here. People around the world who try to get in the chat room have a hard time getting in. So most of my viewership is coming through UHF and UHF Plus television, which is a free venue for people around the world. Remember, free works. And that's why we do free content every night. We don't charge you for this show. Russia is getting pissed off. I mean, it could turn into an air war rather soon between Russia and the U.S. if Trump continues this pathway. Polly, this is a completely controlled show, so Vaughn makes a lot of money stopping people from getting in here. Yeah, I can't believe we're still hearing the name Kissinger too, Rex. Rodney, do you want to get muted forever or purged or what? Do you feel like the Middle East is just a big sandbox for the U.S. and other nations to play around and blow off their warlords? Yeah, I do. I really believe they're using a lot of these events, especially the attack in Yemen that Trump did, killing 31 people, 14 of which were innocent, completely innocent. One was an 8-year-old girl. That was an attack using our Tomahawks, which are being tested out on real live targets. And it's not the first time it's happened. It happened under Obama. They settled out of court with a family that were having a wedding when they got their heads blown off. So if you don't think we have a cost we're paying, it's an international cost because the world's looking at us and they're saying, you people are nuts for having Donald Trump as your president and a warlike stance throughout the world. Thank you, Cookie. Appreciate the vote. I had your vote. Okay, thank you, Cookie. I'm disputing the entire system. I've been censored for years. So I think we should all prepare for the inevitable. I'm going to strap in and get ready for the apocalypse. I don't know about you, but I think it's time. Yeah. Okay, I'm ready for the apocalypse. Anything happens, I'm set. It's Barney 5. No, it's Mayberry RFID, where you get chipped if you don't say nice things to Aunt B. We have the RFID chip for you. You know, if Secretary Tillerson's saying that he's going to hold North Korea responsible for the death of Otto Warmbier, then what is he going to do? I mean, Donald Trump's already positioned nuclear vessels off the coastline and told the world about them. It's crazy. I mean, what are they going to do? It's just a lot of saber rattling. No real effect whatsoever. Well, what Otto Warmbier did was horrific when you think about it. Tearing down the sign of Kim Jong Un in a country that had absolutely zero tolerance for anyone doing that was an incredibly frivolous act, considering he was under videotape surveillance the whole time that he was there. Now, apparently, Otto did this because he was offered a used car when he got home and a chance to join a secret society. Well, I guess he joined a secret society now, the Society of Dead People. And I'm very sorry his family has lost his whole life is destroyed because of this horrible, capricious act by a young man who obviously didn't know the outcome would be so horrible. The video was grainy. It wasn't clear it was Otto. Okay. Well, whatever. He did it for the worst reasons. I mean, to join a secret society, come back with a poster of Kim Jong-un that has never left the country. This isn't the kind of thing you want to fool around with. And somebody came in earlier and said that maybe these companies that are offering tours in North Korea are working in cahoots with Kim Jong-un to trap young people. So if your family is considering your child going to Iran or North Korea on a pilgrimage or something, please talk them out of it. Please. Don't even think about going into those countries. You don't want to have your child taken into custody and have the American embassy in South Korea have to deal with this. Yeah, here's a good idea. Don't go to North Korea or Iran. All right? Thank you. Now, don't even go to Afghanistan. Tearing down a sign is not a big deal, especially no one deserved a physical abuse. Now, I don't think you understand the laws. Tearing down a sign of the supreme leader in North Korea is tantamount to, attacking him. You don't understand that? What if I told you there's a law in America, in Florida, where a man who gets pulled out, basically is sleepy at the wheel and he pulls off the side of the road and he sleeps for a while? It's the Tiger Woods law. He got a DUI even though he wasn't drunk, and he was parked. How do you get a DUI in a country that claims to be free and democratic when you're parking your car and you're not even driving? But in our country, you can. So laws are pretty tweaked no matter where you go. Poor Tiger Woods was racially harassed by the Florida cops and, obviously didn't deserve this. Michelle Carter? I don't know who Michelle Carter is. Well, good. We got immigration problems coming down in Austria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovakia, and Slovenia. They're creating a group called the Central Euro to try to help deal with the refugee crisis. Okay, thanks for keeping me informed. Jojo, you need to, sober up. That's never going to happen. Thank you, MJS. I saw what he said. You don't have to copy it. You don't even like Tiger Woods? But that was really wrong to, give him a DUI when he was seriously coming down from a slight case of prescription meds. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think they're really raking him over the coals here. He didn't need to be treated this way. Look at this poor man. And he's given us so much enjoyment, golfing. It's very dark. He's a great golfer. He's had a lot of pain. I mean, how many of you had had Vicodin because of pain? Moon Man, I told you that's completely intolerant here. You're going to have to get muted for a while. I'm okay if a guy's pulled over and he's trying to sleep it off. Yeah, it was the right thing to do. Oh, you're talking about Michelle Carter found guilty for encouraging her friend's suicide in tweets. Yeah, I think she was guilty, yeah. I never had a medical addiction, no. I've never been hooked on any pain meds or anything. I think the mugshot was incredible. I think Nike should use them as an endorsement for a lot of drunks who want to wear nice shoes, you know. But he's not even drunk. You love Vicodin. See, that's a sure sign you're going to be hooked on it the rest of your life. They say people can't even get off of this stuff. And opiates are really, one of those things that you can get off of, scientifically proven now that you can wean yourself off of opiates if indeed you are smoking marijuana. Isn't that nice to know? Yeah. Here's Jeff Sessions to tell you that's not true.
My view is that crime does follow drugs. In the 70s and 80s, we saw so many lives destroyed by drug abuse. And I think the drugs today are more powerful, they're more addictive, and they can destroy even more lives. Young people have their lives destroyed. I, as you know, am dubious about marijuana. As states, can pass whatever laws they choose, but I'm not sure we're going to be a better, healthier nation that if we have marijuana being sold at every corner grocery store. I just don't think that's going to be good for us, and we'll have to work our way through that. I'd see a line in the Washington Post today that I remember from the 80s. This one was, if you smoke, marijuana is a cure for opiate abuse. Give me a break. I mean, this is the kind of argument that has been made out there to just almost a desperate attempt to defend the harmlessness of marijuana or even its benefits.
Can you imagine a bigger idiot as Attorney General who has already committed 3 felony cases of perjury and he needs to be charged with 3 crimes? A bigger idiot at a time when our country is about ready to implode from all the dissension going on. Can you imagine having a bigger idiot as our Attorney General than that guy? He's like a hick from Nowheresville. It's crazy. Now the U.S. government threatens to take all your cash. New Senate bill empowers feds to seize everything you own. In the name of fighting terrorism financing, a new U.S. Senate bill threatens to force private corporations to monitor your financial activity and empowers government to seize all your assets if you fail to comply with the new law. Now, something happened to me recently. I have a savings account, and I was going to put some money in it. And I thought, well, I'm going to put a couple $100 in cash, into that savings account. And they told me I had to present my driver's license and get this, I had to write an affidavit saying, it's me, and I had to put my social security number down on the deposit slip. And I'm talking about me putting money into my own account. And apparently all the credit unions in the Washington State, Oregon, California area are all requiring this now. Nowheresville is in Ohio. I did not know that. That's funny. Well, he's from South Carolina, I believe, Jeff Sessions. He sounds like a hick from Nowheresville. Attorney General Barney Fife, exactly, Sack Printer. Well, all I'm telling you really is that we have the wrong guy as an Attorney General, and he needs to be charged with crime. The fact that Al Franken didn't even bother charging him shows you what a suck-up Al Franken is. Apparently they're friends, 2 different parties, but they're friends. And when he lied to Al Franken in front of the Senate Subcommittee investigation into Russia, and recently, I guess he perjured himself a 4th time recently in front of the Senate Subcommittee. So he's got 4 perjury counts because we know that Kislyak, the ambassador to Russia, said numerous times that he met with Jeff Sessions prior to the election. Prior to the inauguration, I should say. He wasn't defending marijuana. He basically came down hard on marijuana, and he wants to prosecute anybody who grows it. And we got 36 states now that literally want it legal, already have something legal in their state. And there's no reason in the world why we would continue this. It's if we let these cronies run our world, this is the future for our country. This is what London is going through right now. Can you imagine having a leader like that? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt Russia hacked your vote. The Zionist cabal that's working behind the scenes to get Donald Trump in the power of the presidency may have rigged the entire electoral college vote by eliminating certain key words. If you eliminate the word Washington from your query list, you eliminate most, 45% of most black people. If you eliminate the word Lee from your query list, you eliminate 30 to 40% of the most Asian people. I mean, there's so many people named Lee who are Asian. So these types of techniques could have been used in the electoral count ballot rigging that went on. We do know that Donald Trump doesn't deserve to be president, that much for sure. Anything other than that is just we're dancing around the reality. He doesn't even know how to be a president. He doesn't even have it in him. It's not like burning inside of him. He doesn't have the willingness to fix the country. He's just spending his time tweeting at night because he can't sleep. I don't think Asians love Trump. I know his attack on China was turned into him just getting trademarks approved. And now we have to accept Chinese chicken in every one of our stores, and Tyson Foods is fit to be Tysoned. They're very upset. Yeah, a new study just confirmed that pot smokers are happy and well-adjusted and successful. Isn't that amazing? And all this BS about pot is so wrong because it is so beneficial. There's been a conspiracy to shut down marijuana use around the world, and it's been designed by the people who sell alcohol and other drugs. But when you look at the medicinal effects of marijuana, you begin to see why. It affects people who have symptoms of Parkinson's. It lowers their symptomology. They stop shaking. People with epilepsy stop having seizures almost instantaneously. So, not to be that person that says I told you so, but a new study has concluded that pot smokers are not a bunch of lazy slackers, but indeed well-adjusted human beings who cross a large swath of society's diverse types of individuals. You know, when I go to a recreational marijuana supply store in our area, you want to know the kind of people I see inside these stores? They drive Mercedes Benz. They're usually over 40, and they're usually incredibly successful, and they're using it to relax. I'm not kidding. It's something that's quite common among older people now to take edibles that give you a kind of a feeling of easiness, no longer that concerned. And a recent study by AAA, it's a bombshell story. They're calling it a bombshell story, but look at this. I'll give you the link to this. You can check it out yourself. AAA Foundation says there's no scientific basis that THC in blood impairs driving. They did studies. The Free Thought Project has this story. But yeah, no scientific basis to legitimize current THC testing in place in 5 states who base their impaired driving standards on THC levels in blood. Now, you could really have your license revoked. If you're in Canada, you could go to jail for 10 years if you test positive with THC in your blood while you're driving. But there's no connection between THC and driving deaths. Most of it's alcohol related. Almost all driving deaths, roadside deaths, are due to alcohol. Even the ones that have marijuana in them, there's always alcohol with it. And there are very few that have marijuana related deaths. All right, so we've got a lot of misbeliefs out there, and a lot of people have been led to believe certain things are bad and they're not. But there's all of the other false statements that they're pushing on us, like we should all fear Muslims and Muslims are going to rape us, etc., etc. And, you know, that's completely hyped in order to drive a wedge between our cultures. We are pushing the envelope on immigration, and Donald Trump has done nothing to stop it. My idea, no refugee plan, was copied by Donald Trump to win the election. But he added disliking Muslims to this equation. I never ever said Muslims were part of the equation, ever. And I knew full well that it would reach constitutional logger jams. We wouldn't be able to get this past SCOTUS. The Supreme Court of the United States will never ever allow the immigration ban because Donald has singled out Muslims, religions. This is a serious impasse. So now we got about 4,000 people a month coming into our country because Donald couldn't get my idea right. I can't tell you how frustrating it is to see him steal my ideas and not implement them properly. But whatever. At least I'm still in there swinging, right? Okay, we're going to open up guest chat, see what's going on. Hopefully people will behave themselves. If not, we'll have to shut it right off. Okay, right off the top, we got people accusing people of mistruths. I'm taking calls. My line is up and running. Jason, you're not allowed to call, and neither is Rodney. You've been banned from the show. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are not getting chemtrails right now during this off time here on the West Coast, but they're doing something in the Midwest right now. They're creating kind of a whirlwind of rain and tornadoes. You're going to get me a bag right now? A bag of something? Bag of what? A doggy bag? I can't take your calls anymore, Jason. I told you that. Melania Trump's dad looks like Donald. Let's take a look at Melania Trump's dad. No, your hollow hoax is the reason why I don't take your calls, Jason. We don't talk about that. What's going on in London? Just a lot of false flags, Codger. The real story that I have, I'm concerned about is let's take a look at her dad. Okay, we have a pretty interesting matchup here. Yeah, you have an interesting combination of two people that look very similar. Look at that. The Holocaust did happen. The hollow hoax did not. I haven't heard Megyn Kelly's interview with Alex Jones, but I wanted to get the highlights on the Alex Jones reel tonight. So maybe some of you have the YouTube of the highlights. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, I think the whole thing, the psyops between them, was planned. First Amendment alive and well, Buck Rob. Yeah, so they have a very similar look, I gotta admit. That's very similar. Whoopsie. Okay, let's take a look at that link that just came in from Buck Rob. Thank you. Supreme Court rejecting trademarks that disparage others violates the First Amendment. Huh. Okay, they've has violated the federal government has violated the First Amendment by refusing to register trademarks that officials consider disparaging. Supreme Court ruled unanimously Monday in a decision that provides a boost to the Washington Redskins' effort to hang on the team's controversial name. Okay. In a ruling against the government, the court said the disparagement clause of the federal trademark law was not constitutional, even though it was written even-handedly prohibiting trademarks that insult any group. Well, that's good. They held up the free speech issue. That's good. Yeah. So apparently you can, freely post the Redskins logo anywhere you want. Megyn Kelly went down in the Hall of Flames and taking NBC down with her, and they're already discussing getting out of NBC and back to Fox. Really? Well, exactly who cares about Megyn Kelly? I mean, don't you realize that she too is just more diversionary tactic? Donald Trump is in a world of crap, so firing a jet off and taking out a Syrian jet, an F-15 or whatever jet was taken down. I'm not sure what it was. But this happened, and now Russia wants to have an air war with the U.S. So Donald Trump is getting very close to a ground or air war with Syria and with Russia, all in lieu of the Russian investigation, which is going on independently, which, he's going to have a big problem because if he's being manipulated by Vladimir Putin over those sex tapes that they have, and he's doing what Putin wants him to do, he's not going to be able to lead our nation if we do have an attack with Russia, an air war or ground war in Syria. Maybe that's why Donald Trump has recused himself from military operations in the U.S. or outside of the U.S. He's given all of command authority to our Secretary of Defense, Mad Dog Mattis. General Mattis is in charge, really. No, it's not. No, I've already thought through this. The Syrian angle is Kissinger pulling Donald Trump's strings. If what Kevin McCarthy, the GOP leader, said is true, that the Russia is paying Trump, along with Rohrbacher, I believe that Kevin McCarthy was right. A year ago, he told people on audio, even Paul Ryan was heard saying, well, you can't talk about this, suppressing information about the Russians paying off Trump. He said he was a double agent. Kevin McCarthy did, our GOP leader. So, yeah, he'd be a double agent, one for Kissinger, starting a war in Syria, and one for Russia, trying to work angles to break down the government in Ukraine. He's already tried to break down the government in Ukraine for Russia. So he would no longer be an adequate president if we did have a ground or air conflict with Russia. He should recuse himself right now. A war will escalate. Both factors in this double jeopardy situation, being he's a double agent, according to Kevin McCarthy, we are looking at an ongoing potential problem that will just flare up in Syria. And Syria is not going to be something that Russia isn't going to be concerned about. They're just not as concerned about Syria as they are about Ukraine. They'd much rather have Ukraine back under their leadership. They're concerned because the Soviet Union breakup really did cost them a lot of strategic advantage when Ukraine fell. Had they kept Ukraine, they probably wouldn't even have an issue in eastern Ukraine right now. There would be a dictatorial control over the region. Ukraine never would have had an independent government or any type of democratic action. But remember, Russia will they're making it illegal to be a Jehovah's Witness. You can't even go to church and worship Jehovah there. You get arrested for that. So you got to understand, we cannot side with Russia on anything. And Donald Trump's, his personal invention is to use Russia as a way of getting loans. As far back as a year ago, Eric Trump was saying to people publicly, and he's recorded saying this, or at least someone heard him at a golf course, that Trump has $100 million in open credit from Russia. This is a year before Donald even became president. Eric Trump has recorded saying that from someone. They'll even testify to that. So this case and investigation with Robert Mueller will begin to take hold once he gathers all the information. But you got to understand, Donald has had his fingers in the cookie jar so long that this is a massive investigation. It's huge. And there's so many different things that they've got to look at. If I were the Robert Mueller right now, I'd be pulling up the records from the FBI investigation of Donald Trump's Trump Tower Hotel, where the Russian money launderers were stationed there, and find out if they actually paid for that hotel room. Because if Donald was giving them a free hotel room in 2013 when the FBI was listening to these Russian mobsters do Russian money laundering out of the Trump Tower, and he was giving them a free room, that would indict Donald on high crimes. That would be included in the high crimes and misdemeanors. Obstruction of justice is just part of it. Then you look at how he's probably taken bribes, like Betsy DeVos giving him $9.5 million to become Secretary of Education. Clearly a bribe, right out in front of our face. Now profiting from his engagement with China so that we have to take Chinese chicken, in exchange for Donald Trump getting 38 trademarks approved by China when Ivanka met President Xi Jinping privately without any press. Donald firing Comey and saying that he wanted to fire him to stop the Russian investigation. That's clearly obstruction of justice. That's by definition obstruction of justice. And then the day later, inviting the Russians secretly into the White House with a Russian spy agency, the SAS, to videotape it. I'd like to see all of the notes from that meeting. I want to see every single word that Donald and the Russians said. And that should be part of the inquiry, too, that Robert Mueller will have to undertake. This is insane. We shouldn't even have Trump as our president. He should have been recused from the opportunity because of conflict of interest. But because we've got such a lame duck government that doesn't even understand the Constitution, and everyone's sitting on their hands because there's so many corporate dollars invested in our government, that nobody's willing to take the serious challenge and go after indictments against Donald Trump. Flat out. Nobody. You can't make this stuff up. It's crazy. I know, Zellfire. Trump's executive branch personnel public financial report, disclosures report. I thank you for that. I'm more concerned about Mike Pence's email report. He still hasn't complied with public disclosure laws on his emails when he was Indiana's governor. So many people are worried that Mike Pence has some very bad things in his record that he doesn't want anyone to know about. Wow, there's a lawsuit filed against Comey on behalf of 315 million American people. I guess some of the Republicans are really butthurt here. They don't realize James Comey is just a public official trying to tell the truth. Okay. Donald Trump has a very strange theory about exercises. He thinks exercise is bad. Really? It shows 315 million in liabilities, 130 million to Deutsche Bank alone. Okay, well that could be true, but I heard his debt to Deutsche Bank was 300 billion. In 2016, his report income was 594. This is not enough. If they're sending out financial disclosure reports, we want the tax returns. It's nice that they're saying this, but no, that's not enough. We want the tax returns, like he said he'd have. I know, I can't trust Pence either. So Trump has a very strange theory about exercise. Let's take a look. Undefined. I run an Epic browser now so that I screen anything that comes in, so I have to cut and paste it over my Google browser. It's just a barrier of defense against malware. I don't think my blood pressure is too high, but thank you for... I should check it during the show, you're right.
This presidential election, many spin doctors are posing as real doctors.
She also lacks the mental and physical stamina.
But when it comes to strength and stamina or anything else, what do we really know about Donald Trump's health? For someone so public, we've only been able to gather hints from the campaign trail. Like most candidates, he likes to brag about sleep, or lack of it.
I'm not a big sleeper. Like 3 hours, 4 hours, I toss and turn, I think, I beep. I want to find out what's going on.
His brother Fred died of alcoholism, and that left a real impression on him.
Never had a glass of alcohol, and yet I own the largest winery in the East Coast. It's a crazy thing, but that's okay.
Golf is his exercise, and he doesn't shy away from fast food.
I think all of those places, Burger King, McDonald's, I can live with them. I had the other night, I had Kentucky Fried Chicken, not the worst thing in the world.
The only real document we have is this letter from his personal physician, Dr. Harold Bornstein.
Trick about releasing medical information is that the candidates, or in this case Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, get to have their own physician. And if it's your own personal physician and friend, they're obviously going to try to write a little more a spirited note on your behalf.
What struck me as a doctor is the language used. A recent medical exam showed only positive results. In medicine, positive results can mean a negative outcome. Details such as a normal blood pressure and that he takes a daily aspirin and statin are important, but don't really tell you anything about his overall health now. Dr. Bornstein signs the letter as a fellow of the American College of Gastroenterologists. But when we spoke to the association, they said he hasn't been a member there in more than 20 years. And despite signing on behalf of Lenox Hill Hospital's Division of Gastroenterology, he's not listed on staff.
Okay, so he's got a fake bill of health, too. Trump does. This is great. Yet, and positive results. Anyone saying Trump's health record shows positive results could be positive for anything. Positive for cancer. It could be a negative outcome, yeah. Positive results can definitely mean a negative outcome, for sure. Anyway, let's not belabor the point. I mean, we got bigger fish to fry than Trump's health. Video captures moment when tsunami hits Greenland's west coast. Wow, that's intense. Very scary. Unbelievable. Get the chickens! Gane, get the chickens! We need chickens for eggs. Okay. Okay, this is another live leak I'm going to show you from right outside the attack, or what apparently was the Roman Candle hotel that burned up, or apartment complex that burned up in London. Let me give you this woman's testimony. This is shocking. Now, we've been talking about how people have died in the London Tower fire, but this woman claims that 500 to 600 people have died and that the government doesn't want to talk about it. I mean, that would kind of hurt the electability of Theresa May if she started talking about that, you know. So let's just hear this woman from the beginning, okay? And we'll go from there. I don't really want to look at a little tsunami. This is more important. Because if London is willing to not reveal photographs of dead people in Manchester's attack or in the London Bridge attack, and they're not willing to talk about the number of people that died in the tower fire because it was a low-end neighborhood in a high-end area, all those people are dead. Apparently there's hundreds of people still looking for people in the building, running around, still not be able to find their loved ones. And the government doesn't seem to acknowledge that.
Raised in this area. Yesterday, I heard what happened, and I came down and I brought all my friends. People from all over the United Kingdom came, and we bought barrels and barrels of clothes, and we bought untold food and so much of everything. And I didn't want to watch the news because I didn't want to watch that my friends had died, so I didn't watch the news until I got back. After 15 hours of being on my feet, I came back for them to say that there were 17 people dead. Have you seen the building? There's more than 17 people dead. And then I thought, where are the missing people? Where's the list of the 500 people that live in that building? 600 people that live in that building? Where's the list on the news? The list on the news shows about 10 people. Or 15 people. Okay, let's just say they show 30 people. Where's the rest? Where's the rest of the 500 people? Why is everyone walking around with missing on on that. Where is everyone? Where are the victims? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing it? We're packing boxes. We're sending food. To who? They've died. So what they need to do is they need to pack these boxes and they need to sell them, not send it to Oxfam or Red Cross, because Red Cross and Oxfam are not here helping us. This is the community that are helping us. So you're going to send all this stuff to Oxfam and Red Cross, and they don't deserve it. The people that deserve it are the people that died in that building because they wanted to make it look pretty, and it's an inferno. They burnt them. It was gone in 5 minutes. From 15 minutes it took to burn. Who's alive? Where are they? Where are the victims? I haven't met one. I've been here for 2 days. I live here. I haven't met one victim. I've met volunteers and I've met people that want to help, but I haven't met anybody, no victims. None of the people that I grew up with, I can't find anyone. Where are they? Where are they? Go and sell it. Sell all the boxes and pay for the funerals, because there's going to be 500 funerals that you need to pay for. This is I'm not doing it. I'm not volunteering anymore. I'm not volunteering until I see some victims that I'm helping. I came here to help people. Where are they?
Okay, there's no victims. So nobody got out alive. And the government doesn't even want to admit there's 500 or 600 people gone. They're just going to write it off as a statistic. And the building's in cinders. So, and by the way, it didn't fall down, proving that buildings don't fall down from fires. The World Trade Center attack 9/11 Commission report was just total BS. Clearly those buildings were demolitions and detonations. This building didn't have a det charge, any kind of a bomb charge to take it down. There are 78 survivors. 78 died. No, she's saying 500 to 600 people are dead. They didn't want this neighborhood, folks. Thank you. Let me give you the link to this live leak so you can watch it on your own. You can all mute Frankenstein. He's here as a representative of the neo-right movement that obviously is sitting out there wondering what to do. Yeah, well, they're willing to talk about the deaths in Manchester without showing any photographs of dead bodies, or the London Bridge attack without showing any photographs of dead bodies. And they're willing to talk about dead bodies in the Roman Candle apartment fire. But they're not willing to talk about 500 or 600 people dead. Show the evidence that 500 or 600 people are not dead. Yeah. I still am beginning to wonder if this isn't, the real story that she's bringing up.
Show me one. Show me one person. Are you a victim? Are you a victim? Are you a victim? No one's a victim. Everyone's here to help. My friends, all my friends are coming down to help.
Yeah.
Pack them boxes and sell them. Don't let them send it to Oxfam and Red Cross, who are not helping us.
Yeah, Boeing 707 didn't fly in. By the way, it wasn't a Boeing 707. That's what the buildings were set up to be, willing to withstand an attack from a Boeing 707. Those buildings of 9/11 were completely set up to withstand an attack by a 707. The architecture prevented it. Over 1,000 architects around the world have signed on, convinced that this was a detonation or a demolition, with full-on explosives inside. Whereas this building just lit up like a Roman candle because a lot of the siding and cladding had an empty space in it with some foam in it. So it just went right up the side when the foam was ignited, in the empty space along the siding. Yeah.
We have to pay for 500 funerals. Everyone's gone.
Do you think someone should be held to account for this?
Absolutely, the government. Whoever put that pretty stuff around there, that made it an inferno. And the reason that the fire brigade told them to stay in there is because protocol says stay.
Oh yeah, I'm sure people lived through that. Not. And it was such a fast accelerant, I knew that something's not right here. Yeah, Building 7 wasn't hit by a plane and it fell. So explain how buildings can just burn and fall when not one in history has ever fallen. Will you 9/11 truth deniers wake up for 1 second and realize that 9/11 is a massive cover-up in our own country? We never even found the perpetrators. There's no direct evidence linking Osama bin Laden. Plus, there's no evidence Osama bin Laden was even killed in Abbottabad. That's another lie. The conspiracy theory is, and I'm the one who first brought it up, was they faked the attack to bolster Barack Obama's ratings right after the birth certificate issue was brought up. Only because Donald Trump brought it up, and I was the one that was bringing it up for 4 years prior and never getting any attention. I'm the birther candidate. Donald Trump brings it up, got attention within a week, and then a fake birth certificate arrived from Honolulu by a woman who's now dead, Loretta Fuddy. And she had $100,000 in her bank account, and no one even investigated that. Yeah, she had $100,000 she couldn't account for. No one could account for. So Loretta Fuddy fixed the birth certificate issue, faked it, brought it out here, and then the whole world turns its eyes from the birth certificate to Osama bin Laden being killed in Abbottabad with no proof of his body ever being found. There's not one picture of a dead Osama bin Laden out there. Grenfell Tower, although terrible, might make people think that 9/11 towers and how towers do not collapse in a matter of seconds. Yeah, exactly. They should investigate the 100,000 that Loretta Fuddy had in her bank account. Her brother probably picked it up in probate. It's probably long gone and probably spent on his new car. But Loretta Fuddy was the one that was complicit in faking Barack Obama's birth certificate. Anyway, all these stories, that one after the other, we could spend the whole night for 24 hours talking about conspiracies if we wanted to. There's just so many. I mean, the show, I had to expand out to Tuesday, to Truth Tuesday, where we bring up false flags again tomorrow. Yeah. Well, they're using every means possible to scare us so that we'll be living in a state of terror all the time. Why are there no organizations like Red Cross at the scene of the London fire? Why are the volunteers saying there are no victims? Yeah, they had all this food lined up, and she said, I'm not going to be standing around. There's nobody coming here. There's no victims. They all burned. They all burned to a crisp. That fire went up because the real estate owner, I'm suggesting that this could be true, the real estate owner wanted to sell out for higher rated real estate. It's not uncommon when an area gets gentrified around an old building that's got public housing in it. This particular building fit the bill. Most of the people that were in it were living on the dole, and this area was becoming a high rent district around it. Oh, Mark is playing a big role in the censorship of this show. Yeah, our views around the world are shockingly high, but Mark has kept everybody down from coming in here. Yeah, really, the real estate owner could have been paid. He could have already had a deal to sell the property itself, not the building. You don't know. That might be migrating forward as we speak. Look at what Larry Silverstein developed. He made $5.3 or $5.4 billion on the World Trade Center, and he just bought it a year earlier for half of that. So he doubled his money. Larry Silverstein, by the way, is a close friend of Donald Trump's, just as Rudy Giuliani is. Believe me, Trump knows much more about 9/11 than he lets on. It has nothing to do with Saudi Arabians. All I can tell you is that it smells. Everything about the mob government we have under Trump smells to high heaven. Yeah, there's no Red Cross there in England. It's bizarre. If there were no victims, or if there were victims, there would be Red Cross, right? It's a lot of cash. Yeah, kahunas. He doubled his money, Larry Silverstein did. And he's even heard on a microphone saying, let's pull it, which is a term used to describe demolitions when they talked about taking down Building 7. There's a good possibility Building 7 had living people in it when they demolished it. So we're talking about genocide being committed by people in the highest level of government. So yeah, do we need a third party? Like yesterday, we need it. We needed it 10 years ago. I started this 8 years ago, and I found nothing but censorship in my own country. A country that claims to be free and democratic is not free nor democratic. So we are now dealing with the biggest problem, which is censorship. We can't improve ourselves if we don't get credible new thoughts to the forefront of politics. And that's what politics is shared ideas. What we have is a stolid, backward, constipated government that does the same thing over and over again and expects different results. Trump has stacked the White House with even bigger swamp creatures than ever before. Well, the investigations are going on regardless. The big cover-up, I think, going on in America right now is the Seth Rich investigation. It's not happening. The lead investigator for the Seth Rich family said that there's been an open statement by our government to stand down when investigating Seth Rich. Seth Rich didn't die on the street from gunshot wounds. He died in the hospital a day later, and nobody in the hospital was allowed to go near him. That's where the cover-up story starts. And then we find out that Seth Rich was the person behind the WikiLeaks reveal that led to the Pizzagate story, which is also being covered up. Spicer is searching for candidates to take over the White House briefing. Now, Donald Trump could never afford somebody like me to be his press secretary, because not only do I not want to represent his lies or even put my name attached to it, but I also am a person that works for free for the people of America, producing this show every night. But the press secretary has spoken with radio host Laura Ingraham and Daily Mail editor David Martosky, among others. He's leading a search for his own replacement at the briefing room. Nobody wants to take on this Goliath task of interpreting a man who flips on every single issue in Twitter messages daily. I guess Sandra Huckabee didn't want to do it, or Sarah Huckabee. Tesla cars are spying on you? Really? His neural network is receiving a massive amount of data from cars. Okay. He started gathering information from 50,000 customer-owned vehicles around the U.S. Well, for a guy who likes to smoke crack to stay awake, I mean, you can imagine all the reading material he needs to keep abreast of. If they're having problems housing the survivors, how come this woman said there were no people grabbing any food, and there's no Red Cross on the scene at all? Yeah, smart TVs are also spying on you. Well, all I can say is Clinton and Trump were both part of the same New World Order. So when you say, thank God Hillary Clinton is not president, you're an imbecile. Because you're overlooking the simple fact that the entire government has been run by the New World Order for a long, long time. The two parties have been controlled by these sick elitists that will do nothing to bring anything to you. They're only going to pad their own pockets. Okay, London van attack psyops just happened.
What's up, everybody?
Truth Virus is a story about
Truth Virus. We're going to check out some images of the sparkling, clean white van that was supposedly used to plow into worshipers. Right here it says, a van plowed into worshipers near the mosque. 1 man was killed and 10 were hurt. Right, so there should be some considerable damage to the front of that van, right? And we'll compare those images to images of other vehicles that hit pedestrians and see if we can compare the two, right? First, let's check out this little fear-soaked video from CIA, CNN. Let's check it out. Terrorism in the age of polarization, right? Fear.
As a Muslim, this is like the place where I come to do my prayer.
Me and my kids and everything, we have to feel safe.
And if I don't feel safe,
doesn't feel safe, he's in fear.
So I can't feel safe anywhere else.
You can't feel safe anywhere.
They say to us that anymore, United Kingdom is not safe. We have to
know
that we're going to move
United Kingdom isn't safe anymore.
The majority of the people
fear.
Fear. So we'll bring you the fear video and the truth about the fear later. Because basically what they're doing is trying to make us all live in fear. Everyone all around the world, especially key countries like England, which is the home of the Illuminati, the city of London, they want to start in their own backyard. They want to weaken the nation governments so that they can replace them with a global world government running all the monetary systems at the same time. These people are not in the early stages of this New World Order plan. They're well into it. They're 400 years into it. And the last thing they expect is somebody to use the internet like I do every night to break through the censorship in the mainstream media and get a hold of this message and clarify it to people. The last person they'd expect is an average common man like myself to do this. It helps to have a genius IQ, but that alone won't propel me to stop these people. It takes a lot of people to stop these people, and word of mouth is what we're doing all around the world, talking about how the two parties are corrupt. I've been a truther and a birther for 8 years now, ever since I started looking into this. I first started saying that the 9/11 Commission report was full of questions. Big questions about the fact that they didn't even include explosives in their analysis of the buildings falling. But then it became more obvious that it was a massive cover-up. And the deeper I looked into the 9/11 attack, the more I realized that this was a money laundering event as well. No, I can't do that. It is a burden. It is. I'd be kidding myself if I said it wasn't a burden being intelligent. But the good thing about being intelligent at my level is you don't need to work too hard to be successful. Once you realize that even work, the paradigm of work is subjugation and exploitation, you realize there's a lot easier ways of getting through life by not spending too much money. I help people on Thursday nights talking about how to make food for very little money. And I teach people how I've been able to save money left and right over the years and been able to retire at a young age at 50 years old. You too can do something like that in your own way, within your own economy. Everyone can find a happy medium, a stable lifestyle that works for them. But if you want to check out my videos, they're at David John Sponheim. That's Jon at youtube.com. No, I don't support the hatred of Muslims. I've been the guy who's been talking about a refugee problem, and it was always a refugee problem, never about Muslims. Trump's the one that started the hatred of Muslims, and now it's coming to bite him in the butt because our Supreme Court is not going to authorize his travel ban, and people will still keep coming in, and Trump will still not do anything about the jihadists that are forming in 24 separate encampments in the United States. Snoop Doggy Dogg came down on Trump, Griffin and the Bloody Head, the Trump assassination play. No, I don't think we need martial law. That's exactly what the New World Order wants, Frankenstein. They want to turn their police state against the average person and take away your rights. You don't realize it, Frankenstein, but you have very few rights left. Even as a farmer, you're not going to be able to survive much longer. The mega farms are going to take over because they don't want individual freedom. And you wanting martial law is proof that you've been completely sucked into the vortex of their thinking. Look, Trump has already expressed hatred all around the world against Muslims and Mexicans, calling them rapists and murderers. I mean, come on. Who are you kidding? Trump is accused of inciting a riot in Kentucky. So any attacks on Republicans by Democrats or Bernie supporters is only to offset the attacks by Republicans against average people. There's a black woman that was beaten up at the Kentucky concert, the support rally for Trump. She sued, and it's still migrating to appellate court on this at this point. Trump is going to have to go through every means possible to defend himself on the Russian attack because, frankly, he's got Russia all over him. Everywhere he turned, it's Russia, Russia, Russia. So Trump won't be our president much longer, past a year, in my opinion. But the worst part of that deal is Pence is worse. He's going to make Trump look like a happy, jovial, flexible guy. Pence is so rule-bound and politically constipated that nothing will get done. And worse than that, we haven't even seen his private emails when he was governor of Indiana. Very suspicious man. I've never lied on the show. I've never lied in person. I'm not a liar. He has Russia all over him. He's so deep into Russia, he's been working with the Russian mob for years, padding his pocket to keep his business afloat. Trump had deals with one of the most notorious Russian mobsters when he sold the rights to Miss USA International. Do some research, okay? Don't come in here with a half-cock supporting Trump, because believe me, Trump support is waning. Okay, Gizmodo has a story. GOP data firm accidentally leaks personal details of nearly 200 million Americans. Whoa. Unbelievable. Political data gathered on more than 198 million U.S. Americans was exposed this month after a marketing firm contracted by the Republican National Committee stored internal documents on a publicly accessible Amazon server. Can you believe this idiot? where phone lines are open every night, including Saturday night. Yeah. The data leak contains a wealth of personal information on roughly 61% of the population. Sack Printer says, David, did you know that Trump supporters can't stand the idea of him playing golf as much as he does? I don't blame you. I was shocked when he complained about Barack Obama playing golf, and then he went out and played golf every other day and went on 4 or 5 vacations in a matter of 100 days. No, the delegates that Trump got in the election, I still think may have been altered due to the simple fact that the programming data could be altered by eliminating certain key names from the list. I said that earlier. If they got rid of Washington from the name, that happens to be the last name of a lot of black people. If they got rid of the name Lee and they said delete Lee from the delegate counts or from the popular vote counts, automatically eliminates 30 to 40% of the Chinese population, which would have voted for Hillary. So there are a lot of ways they could have cheated the system. It's not done yet. And believe me, Robert Mueller will be investigating a lot of this. But I don't trust everybody running out there. Rosenstein is the guy that, he may even recuse himself, the deputy attorney general. But he's the guy that picked Robert Mueller, and now there's talk by Trump that he may fire Robert Mueller, but the Senate investigative leader said that he's going to hire Robert Mueller back if Trump fires him. So chances are Robert Mueller will still fulfill his investigation requirement, but will they even get to the bottom of this? Without contacting Trump and getting a subpoena out for the 10 years of tax returns that he said he would be revealing, and he didn't, that shows Robert Mueller is not strong, and he's not capable of leading this investigation. He's had 2 weeks to get a subpoena out for 10 years of tax returns. Why is he taking his time? We got very little time here to find out if this man is cheating us before we can shore up our protective layers of security around the White House. We don't know what's going on with him. He may have the Russians coming through the back door at night to read the books. I'm on the moon hoax site, yeah. The fictitious moon base that was filmed in a studio. Gold at 1243, silver 1648. And Dow Jones still going up to 21,528. Wow. So we're still riding on the Trump charisma, the Trump name. It's a mad grab to the end, and they're trying to play the Trump card to its fullest before Trump actually implodes. The whole Trump campaign will implode. Well, the Jewish bankers do own the U.S. and Russia. It's true. Yeah. The mobs own Russia. The oligarchs, they're mostly Ashkenazis. They own Russia. I don't believe that Vladimir Putin is Ashkenazi. He's just greedy. So he's a corporatist or a capitalist pretending to be a communist. Putin is. And Putin, everything Putin's had has been shored up by his control over the media. If he had a genuine contender to go against him in the Russian elections, he wouldn't have lasted this long. A live shot of the moon. Wow, Charles Foster Carr. Okay. This is from the space station. Trump wears a size 58 golf pant with poop. Trump, I'm not going to show poopy pants right now, thank you. Real Moonheim. All right, well, you can believe all this if you want. Yeah. What has Trump done for the economy? Nothing has changed in my state since he took office. Officer Mo, good point. Well, you know, that's assuming, yeah, I'm sure if we have the International Space Station taking pictures of the moon, that's totally credible. I mean, so this isn't really a story, is it? It's entirely possible for the International Space Station to do that, being it's in Earth's orbit and hasn't gone out of the Van Allen belts. And if it's done in a studio, even better. All I can tell you is that's pretty funny. The actual video we've seen from the International Space Station was kind of shocking one day. We saw a drop of water on the outside window. Yeah. And somebody said, how is there a drop of water in space? Really raised a serious amount of questions about its authenticity. Turns out NASA, when they hire people to become astronauts, they hire people from the Navy diving squad. And I have personal knowledge that this is true. So if they're hiring Navy divers, why would they be hiring divers? Oh, because it replicates the environment in space. Headgear, the whole thing. So that kind of flies, but not really. Is it moist? No, it's not moist in space. There's no water in space at all. If the space is full of water, then why are we looking for water on the moon? Haven't found it yet. Trump inherited a failed Obama presidency, which Obama inherited a failed George W. Bush presidency. When is somebody going to say the buck stops here and take care of responsibility here? I mean, Trump obviously isn't taking responsibility for his presidency. Oh, a pipe leak, but it was on the outside of the International Space Station, the water drop. How did a pipe leak inside leading to a water drop on the outside? I know that the moon is made of cheese. Yeah, that's what everyone says. Major Nelson was part of a fictitious character for I Love Jeannie. Okay, if it's full of water, we should be draining space and filling up our spigot. Yes, Jackson had a disagreement with chemtrails and his girlfriend. We haven't seen Jackson in the show lately. We're concerned about him. It's not unusual. It's not unusual to have an argument with your significant other over chemtrails. I had a discussion with Sarah about it, and she just doesn't want to believe they're doing it for any nefarious purpose, but I did get her to believe that they're testing chemtrails out to see if they can somehow reflect the sun. So she will acknowledge that. It's a big step in the right direction. Bitcoin rise is due to a clueless noobs in South Korea and Japan. Analysis confirms speculators all hope to buy low and sell high, and they will get burned badly on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is another Ponzi scheme that they're developing just to suck money in of the vortex of a failing global economy. Space, the final frontier. My name is David Sponheim. I'm in the green screen room here at Space Central, where we fake every space event that happens. You too can see the fake NASA reveal coming up at the top of the hour. So somebody said that Megyn Kelly and the interview with Alex Jones has been aired. I haven't heard the highlights yet, but maybe you could give me some of the highlights. Dave, you have 59,000 in a Tel Aviv gay bar. This is very interesting. You made 30,000 on Bitcoin mining? Wow, aren't you special? No, nothing goes on. All that's delusional. Cherry is deluding. Everything she said is a delusional statement. She's suicidal, and I feel bad for her. I feel like somebody should get her some help. Yeah, seriously. If you're a friend of hers, contact her to ask her if she needs help. David, a solid 2+ hours trying to get in here. See what I mean? Let me put this on the screen, folks. You can take a look at what people are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Guest 420 says, David, a solid 2+ hours trying to get in here. David, I drive about town back east listening to your show. 348, thank you. I'm being telecast, simulcast, and rebroadcast all around the world, and all of it's free. I'm not in any way paying for this, and I asked people a few years ago if they could rebroadcast us on various networks, and it worked great. We bypassed the mainstream media's control on a worldwide basis. So I'm kind of like the reverse of the Beatles. I'm starting in the world and going to be eventually known in America, whereas the Beatles started in America only to be found superstars in England. So yes. Here's the Megyn Kelly lies from Alex Jones.
And I'm sick of Megyn Kelly.
Now you're gonna hear a lot of things coming out of this imposter known as Alex Jones. He's a performance artist who pretends to be the original Alex Jones, and he's not even the original. And now he's claiming he's had a lot of weird stuff that he taped with Megyn Kelly. Let's listen in.
You're sick of Megyn Kelly, but we have to illustrate how they lie. We can't just go, oh, we know you're liars and move on. We've got to continue to show how they're liars and hammer it in because they're so close, ladies and gentlemen, to being completely discredited and collapsing.
We're going to have to take a look at that a little bit later. How many minutes is that? 17 minutes. That'll be good. Thank you. That'll be in the evening when I do the videos.
And I'm sick of Megyn Kelly. You're sick of Megyn Kelly, but we have to illustrate.
We're all sick of Megyn Kelly. I'm huge in Romania. Yeah, the Romanians love me because they know I have a little Romanian in me. About this big. Living large, buddy. Living large. That's right. Romanians love me. My family on my mother's side was from Romania. On my mother's anyway. My mother's father's side was from England. And my father was Norwegian German, so that's where the name Sponheim came from. Here's Howard Stern making fun of Alex Jones' interview with Megyn Kelly.
Yeah, this Alex Jones, this is I don't know, the only reason everyone's interested in Alex Jones, for some reason Trump gave him press credentials and started taking him seriously. So Megyn Kelly's got a new TV show, and she decided, I want to interview Alex Jones. Then all that brouhaha started. I don't, if you don't read the paper, I'm not going to review it for you. But Alex Jones taped Megyn Kelly, which was fascinating to me. He actually taped her pitching him coming on her show, which was sort of like, I was like, really? Alex Jones wants publicity. You don't have to pitch him. You know what I mean? Like, Barbara Walters wouldn't call up Alex Jones personally and beg him to come on the show. You know what I mean?
That sounds desperate.
It was kind of a funny conversation, too, because it sounds like two people just bullshitting each other.
It's sort of a good opportunity for long-form storytelling. It's like...
Yeah, do my show. It's a good opportunity for long-form
You'll get your say.
Yes, of course. I'm on your side.
Not like the 3-minute interview. It's like the in-depth profiles of people. And at the top of my list was you.
So it's like an investigative report into fake news?
No. What we're doing?
Yeah, come on.
No, hell no. The reason I know you've got, what you do, but the reason you are interesting to me is because I followed your custody case, and
That's why he's interesting.
I think you had a very good point about the way the media was covering it. And
bullshit.
For some reason treated you and your family and what was going on as fair game when they never would have done that.
You want to hear the truth about Alex Jones and his custody? He was fighting the mother of his children to let them see their mother. And he lost. And they made a big deal about it, and his defense attorney said that Alex Jones was a performance artist and shouldn't be taken seriously. Well, if Alex Jones is a performance artist, then who the hell am I? David, how fast can we fast track you into office? Well, Donald Trump can appoint me vice president. All he has to do is say the word, and I'll be glad to go to D.C. and start filling the duty of vice president. We'll replace Pence, and we'll move forward from there. I'll try to help level the playing field for him any way I can. If he's got problems with the Russians, threatening him, maybe I can help. Maybe I can clarify his position and help him, guide him. Maybe I could be the new Jared Kushner, senior advisor, vice president to Donald. He kind of owes me. After all, he stole 10 of my ideas to become president, and he can't even implement any one of them properly. I am not a wannabe performance artist. You're accusing me of being Alex Jones, and that's not true. I'm David Sponheim. He had 10 of my ideas he stole to get elected. The big ideas were my ideas. The 1,000-mile fence was my idea. I actually measured the distance of the fence. The movement is in full speed. That's right. Let me show you a picture that is central to Conspiracy Monday, and I think it's worthwhile looking at just for a second. It won't take you much more than a second. We all think that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. This video proves it.
Agent man, secret agent man, giving you a number and taking 00 dumbass.
Now take a look at this guy over here on the far left. This is the original Alex Jones. This is the original. Now tell me he looks a bit like this guy. This guy is Bill Hicks as Alex, the performance artist Bill Hicks. The real Alex is not this guy. It's this guy. And even a guy from Texas came into our show last Friday and said, yeah, I was there in Texas listening to him in 1997. I know. This isn't Alex Jones. The real Alex Jones is... Nobody knows where he went. Nobody knows. Well, I mean, there are people that look like this guy. But this guy, Bill Hicks, does not look like him. He looks like a fake, wannabe wannabe Alex Jones. Will the real Alex Jones please stand up? That kind of thing, I don't know anybody that looks like him. Yeah. I don't know anybody who looks like the real Alex Jones. Okay, so we're going to move on here. Yeah. Yoza, yoza, yoza. Hope that worked out for you. Sherry's making up a lot of statements that are not true, so disregard them. Yeah, she's just hopelessly obsessed with me. She's been stalking our show for a long time. And she's deluded. She talks about ridiculous things. Anyway. Well, I didn't like Obama because, and now I don't like Trump. It's I don't like the two-party system, you stupid idiot. No, I'm not that way. I don't like the two-party system. That's why we are creating a third party. I mean, you come in here and say like, oh, Dave, you're speaking bad about Trump now. You seem to like Barack Obama. I don't like the two-party system. That's as simple as that. And when you guys have nothing on me, you make up outrageous allegations that are not true. I did call someone a stupid idiot, yes. Calling this guest 947 a stupid idiot. Not all of the other people watching the show. You're enlightened. Some of you are waking up to the two-party configuration in your own country, even when they have three parties. Yeah, stop the blasphemy. That's right. Well, what we're offering is accountability. If you're a fiscal conservative, Frankenstein, we're going to make sure I look at the books The president is the only person capable of opening up the books on the Treasury. Nobody else can do it. Now, Donald Trump wouldn't be able to read the books because he can't read. I'm not kidding. I wish I was. Please not talk about other people in other shows. Thank you. Well, you can't help the way your brother is, and your brother can't help the way your brother is. So why don't you accept him as what he is? I will show the 4-point plan, yes. Let me get you my 4 points to save America. A lot of people are getting amazed by the lack of new ideas coming out of Trump. Number one, we want to get every U.S. adult $400. I don't like Al Franken because he won't in any way prosecute Jeff Sessions, what he committed perjury. And that's a serious problem. Al Franken is complicit in protecting a perjurer, a felon. Tom Brokaw on taking a stand against hate.
This past week, there's been a lot of conversation about our toxic political culture, largely driven by the shooting of a congressman and others on a baseball field in Virginia. Tom Brokaw joins us to share some of his thoughts about hate speech and the internet in these challenging times.
This is Tom Brokaw, and with Nightly News. I'd like to thank Megan Kelly for an important discussion about hate crime.
Tom?
Thank you, Megan. This is not an easy assignment for a journalist, a father, a grandfather, a citizen, to try to understand the deep, dark hate that's coursing through our country and the instruments that spread it with a keystroke. When the internet first arrived, like everyone else, I was bedazzled by its possibilities for good.
I believe listen to this cocktail hour from Tom. I think maybe his somewhere up a little bit for the cocktail hour. Thank you very much, Tom, for the hate crime discussion. I don't know. He's just got a little rubber mouth going on. I think the best thing to do is not having a cocktail before you do a speaking engagement with Megan Kelly. Hey, you're welcome. I'm glad we could get guest chat going tonight. No, I don't masturbate to cam girls. That's just disgusting. I don't know who Spencer is. No. I have no idea who Spencer Sponheim is. Dave, why do you mock and be rude to people? Oh, perhaps you're mocking and being rude to me, and it's a little quid pro quo. I think Mark has been making lots of money banning and muting free speech. This summer, Sarah and I are going to be spending our time thinking of ways to get guests into our new chat room. We're building a new chat room. It's going to be a phenomenal guest emporium for guest chat. We need an alternative and a backup to this guest room that we have. I'm not going to destroy this country. I'm going to help bring it back to life. Number one point is $400 gets money into our economy. It's my idea. Everybody's copying it. Mark Zuckerberg is trying to use my idea. Oprah said she wanted to give everyone $1,000 and wants to run for president, and no one really knows if that's true or not. I'm fairly sure it's not. For immigration issues, we have the Fast Track Naturalization Plan, which offers people alternatives to become a U.S. citizen in their own home country at the U.S. Embassy. Thank you, Add the One. Appreciate the compliment. Hi, Sarah.
I have to get a thing from the car.
Oh, you can go ahead and get it stuff out. Take your time. There's no hurry. How to tie a shoe?
Start by facing the toe of your untied shoe away from.
Some guy named Spencer Sponheim shows you how to tie a shoe. That's pretty funny. Thank you. Solar power would be great. Yeah, we have a great plan for getting our country's green, clean technologies off the ground. where the government actually can produce things that actually bring savings to your electric bill. So let's take a look at a couple of those ideas. Day by day. This is one of our concepts, new renewable energy solutions. No, I didn't give myself an IQ. My teacher did. She said, David, here's your IQ. And I was like, wow, that's impressive. And then she wrote it in my Cume folder, and then I went on from there. This, you may not think is an important issue, but it really is. States are benefiting big time from legalization. It's huge. And it's going to help our country because we're going to make it legal for everybody to grow it for personal use. And if you sell it, you have to pay 10%. Very simple plan. We have our homestead renewal plan, which is a big, huge plan to help the country get out of debt that it's in, because we're going to solve your biggest expense, your housing costs. So lots of different ideas here that you can look at. Getting out of foreign wars is very, very big. We're also looking to end the Fed, but that's going to require congressional help. These ideas can be jettisoned forward without congressional support. We can work on the homestead renewal plan through HUD. HUD has currently $4 billion available to reinvigorate our housing sector. That means jobs fixing up houses that are currently foreclosed, and then selling them and turning them around and using that money to put back in the system and make more houses for people that are going to be affordable. That's a lie. I never did anything like that. Nope. We're going to build any tiny homes. We're going to take apartments and condos and motels and convert them all to easy-use kitchenette motel units. I don't know who Caleb, sorry. I know the Trump tards are trying to attack me. No, Trump basically is a person who doesn't have a clue. And you guys liked him because somehow you thought he'd make you rich. We'll pick up the pace, thanks. But getting people a pathway to U.S. citizenship is important. We are also the creator now of the concept of an invisible fence. I have a copy of my invisible fence idea. You might find that kind of hilarious, but Trump took the 1,000-mile fence and morphed it into a wall and then said Mexico is going to pay for it, and he can't even get a $500,000 to get started. So we're convinced that all of his ideas are ripped off from us. My concept of a mobile medical unit is also an idea that Trump took, and we're going to make these things happen. He didn't even mention them in the healthcare bill, but he tried to sell people on the idea of it. He stole my idea during the campaign, and he told people about this. No, IQ has no correlation to personal aptitude and motivation whatsoever. There's a guy with a 200 IQ living in a trailer in Nevada right now, off the grid. I'm not kidding. He lives off a welfare check. And his IQ is 200.
Yeah, they say the smartest IQ test, he doesn't have a job.
Yeah. He just hangs out, reads books. Hey, you're going to have to stop these ridiculous things because I can't stop. And you guys keep putting out crap about, us, making up stories about us that it's not going to ever do anything other than keep presenting the idea of who is David. Everyone wants to know. And you keep thinking by making up lies about me, it's going to stop me. It's only helping me. Everything about me is honest and true. And when you look at all the attacks against me, which are outright lies, you realize why we are doing what we do. Because you cannot stop what we have going on.
David can't stop, so we won't stop.
That's right. So Sarah is here. I could easily hold a job. I'm not willing to accept mediocre managers telling me what to do. But thank you. I don't know who these people are. I think Charlene is a black woman. I'm guessing, though.
That's pretty cool, Antique. Yes, mining for Bitcoin. I never got into that.
No. And one guy made $30,000 mining for Bitcoin. Isn't it amazing? So let me get the camera going here. I think I have an auto. No, I'm not on autofocus. Good.
So true, Ghost. People think your intelligence is based on the amount of money you have, and that's not the case.
Yep. So Sarah's going to have some guest-free chat. Enjoy.
David is amazing.
I'm thinking of getting another HD camera for the other room, or hooking up one of the other cameras in the other computer. We got the old computer working. I managed to sort it out. The video card's functioning now, so I'm hoping to broadcast from the main master bedroom sometime.
Don't worry, Antique. I don't think I'm going to ban you, and I don't think David's going to ban you.
No, you're fine. Antique's fine.
Antique is drag king, or was traditionally.
We know. Okay. I'm going to go do some dinner cooking. Sarah's going to respond to chat, and you guys can take up. Oh, I haven't gotten. I mean, this is up and running. We are getting a signal.
Oh, good.
And I'll set that up at Periscope. So Periscope is broadcasting. Some of you would like to join us on Periscope. You have to get in through Twitter. Awesome. Thank you so much.
So there really is an Eric Caesar?
Yeah, I saw a picture of him. Yeah, we have a copy of his picture.
What is this? Show all. Oh, that's...
Just a pasteboard of a guy, yeah. I looked at his... He's out of Everett. His location is.
Okay.
So he may be a local guy who's been stalking us.
Hello, Bear Clan 44. IP, yes, all chat names were banned on our show. I didn't know that, Antique.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
And you were banned by Mark. So Mark must have. I think Mark did an unban all in our room or something, because David was talking about certain people that we banned that seemed to get back into our chat room. I don't know. Anyway, well, I'm alone in the room currently, Salty Dog, but David's only seconds away. Our Twitter is third party. Mark did do an unban all, you know it. Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense. Salty Dog, that's never gonna happen. And you couldn't use this site at all. And then that's what David said, Ghost. He has half the world banned, and he's just trying to ban certain people like you. I've never drank Rainier beer, and I don't drink a lot of beer, period. I feel like my cheeks are red. It was you, I love fries. And then, for some reason, he doesn't seem to be able to ban you, Ghost. But I'm kind of glad, because I want to learn coding with you. I thought you're very good to help me. And Ghost and Misanthropy, I'm going to have to wait till July 1st to start coding. Awesome. I have another engagement I have on the 28th. At least during the day. I could try starting at night, but July 1st, all of July, well, July will be spent, I have to file some FEC paperwork, but otherwise, July is going to be coding for Sarah. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Mad Dog, do you know how great that sounds? Oh man. I could totally sink into a bath right now. I think I'm going to sink into a bath later. I did shoot off a firework once when I was like 6 or 7, but I haven't done any fireworks since then. And Blue Medic's back. It might be 7 months. You were banned for 7 months? My goodness. It was I Love Fries who got Antique banned? Okay. Wow. You know, David doesn't like candles. He can't stand the smell. I go back and forth. You know, sometimes they're nice, but sometimes I don't like the smell either. I don't like the smell of cleaners. Like, I can't walk down the detergent aisle. I really don't like those. No, 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 no. All right. Oh, goodness. It's, oh my goodness, Inland Empire. 120 at Coachella. Oh man, behavior. That's hot. I'd be like this. Rancho Cucamonga. I used to be down there. It feels like 92 even though it's only 88. Man. You wish you could borrow my teeth. I know, they're very awesome teeth. I know, Scarn. I so wish that too. Dentures are fantastic. Or partials, they call them. Flippers. They're very good. It's cooling down now that it's nighttime. Sure, bingo. That's what it means, if you think so. I can be fussy at times, it's true, Antique, but I did not ban you, even when I'm fussy. I'm fussy, but I'm pretty loyal. When you walk in a public restroom, a strong smell of disinfectant is reassuring. I don't like a strong smell of disinfectant. I know what you're saying, Frankenstein. I understand what you're saying, but I still don't like the strong smell of disinfectant. And no, I haven't seen any pelicans lately. We don't really have pelicans up in the Pacific Northwest. I think that's more of a Florida thing. I don't think I've ever seen a pelican in my life, other than like a picture in a book. We have a lot of seagulls. We have bald eagles. We have nuthatches, robins. But pelican, no. No pelicans. Yes, Blue Dog was on a ship. I mean, Blue Medic was on a ship. I think he was stationed here in Whidbey Island, so I'm assuming that he was on a ship at some point. Oh, you're Antique's nemesis because you love him? Your name's I Love Fries, but I think that you really love Blue Antique. Do I live near Federal Way? No, I live north of Federal Way, like I want to say like 2 hours, something like that. Unless you're asking somebody else. I'm out on Whidbey Island. Sarah David was stuck, eyeballs glued. Eyes stuck, eyeballs. Oh, anyway, with Megan, the Alex Jones interview with Megyn Kelly yesterday. No, David wasn't glued to it. I don't think David even watched it. In Vanderbilt Beach, Florida, it's 79 degrees and it feels like 83. But 91% humidity. I don't think I like the humidity easy listening. What is this song you're playing? I'm not. Yes. True, Mad Dog. Don't mix chlorine and ammonia. True, true. David comes on after his break. He's mellow. Nothing's bothering him. He's wearing sunglasses. You once lived in Federal Way, and now, but you're British, and you didn't like Federal Way. Yeah, I don't know if I like Federal Way. I'm north of Marysville, Everett. Northwest. I'm out on an island. It's the best place to be. Well, don't say that. Never mind, I shouldn't say that. It's the worst place to be. That way you won't come out here. Squim is, you like Squim. I like where I am. So Joshua Johnson lives in Kennewick. So does somebody else in this chat room. Who's Joshua Johnson? You saw Rush like 15 times? Nice. There's my camera eye. Alright, that's good. I'm smart? Okay, if you say so. Oh, Camera Eye is their melodic song? Okay. Whoever that is. Oh, Rush? Yeah, I don't think I've ever been to a Rush concert or heard too much of their music. Sarah, if you take a job at the VA, your student loans will be forgiven after 10 years. Nice. Yeah, Oregon is pretty fun. Well, it was like overcast this morning, and now I'm like sweating in this Zellfire. I don't really know why I'm wearing a turtleneck and then this light sweater in the summer. I don't know. I don't know. Jojo, you're back. Hey, welcome back. I'm glad you're back. Yes, I agree. Oh, David had a close call tonight. Frankenstein, I'm glad you give that advice, and I hope David takes that advice, because personally, I agree with you, and I don't click on every link that's in the room. Most of them I just skip over until they spam it like 15 times, and then somebody else says, Sarah said safe link. Oh, Sarah's numbers are dropping. Be right back. Okay, it's because David turned off guest chat. I think we landed on the moon. David thinks we did not land on the moon. What is closer to me, Anacortes or Mount Vernon? Anacortes. I live south of Anacortes and southwest of Mount Vernon. Sarah, if you read the multiverse of Rush lyrics, their poetic nature would overwhelm you. Ooh, I guess I have to check it out. He doesn't like you very much. Doubt he would listen to you. It's true, Frankenstein. David was actually saying how he felt like, you don't like liberals and today, so. Oh, Sarah, Mad Dog, you tried to make cauliflower crust tonight. It turned out to be a pizza casserole rather than a pizza. I think maybe try baking the cauliflower first before you add the sauce. Does that make sense? Like, you want to dry out the cauliflower, because it's true, bingo, but I don't like that. But so, like, have you know how you have of course you've had like banana cream pie? Well, they pre-cook the crust to make banana cream pie. But you were in a big hurry because you were hungry? Yeah. No. Antique, stop picking on Mad Dog. Mad Dog's doing a great job. He's had surgery since you've been gone. He's lost a huge amount of weight. He's been doing fantastic. So no picking on Mad Dog. Salty Dog, you want me to click on a YouTube link? I'll let somebody else click on it and tell me it's okay. All right. Driving away from the east and into the past, history recedes in my rearview mirror, carried away on a wave of music down a deserted road. Ooh, that's Rush, right? Oh, hey, Fake Awesome Carl. Welcome back. Gluten-free club, restaurant-style French fries. Well, French fries are gluten-free. Oh. The second Fake Carl, not the first Fake Carl. I didn't know there was the first Fake Carl. Well, I know there was a first Fake Carl, and Awesome Carl didn't like the first Fake Carl, but I kind of like the second. You. I kind of like you, Fake Awesome Carl. Oh my goodness. I think I really do need to like soak in a bathtub. Because I did a lot of work today. Oh, right. The other one says, awesome girls show. Oh, two S's. No, Mark's not going to ban antique again. He realizes that antique isn't really a problem. Cadaver Ducky likes Rush too. Well, as of this moment, Ark, it finally is. But you got to clean the classroom, and that's what I was doing. It was probably Miss Scruffy, I'm sure. Shall we turn on guest chat? David wanted me to have a guest off. I'll leave guests off. Because people can always make an account. Oh, sorry, I should be watching the chat over at... I'm watching it over at Periscope. There we go. You like vegans, but you also like meat. Yeah. What? That's kind of funny. Oh, I'm just taking off my socks. Because my socks are... I know I've been working hard when my socks are all gross. I agree with you, Arc to Evil, but David thinks that guests are like a way for new people to come into the room. Like they want to try it out and they don't want to necessarily get an account. 3 people are watching me on YouTube. Just a sec, YouTube people. I'm so sorry.
Ah, there you are. Thank you. Hiya. I'm calling.
Why do we still have this? Okay, live chat. I can now see the YouTube chat. Hi. Oh, God. That feels so much better. I took off my shoes. Straight up trolls. People will make an account if they're interested in actually saying something, considering that it's totally free to make an account. Yes, it was. Well, it was her voice because there's some kind of video that David has. So, yes. All right. That feels good. I think I would just soak my feet, but I think I'm going to take a bath. I've got to clean out the bathtub and take a bath. But that would be nice. Way I could put some stress relief bubble bath in it. Deep State is running the show. We're going to have to deal with that in order to take our government back. You're probably right, Frankenstein. I could agree with that. Hello, Universe of Memes. Thanks for watching on Periscope. I like that idea, Arc to Evil. Try 1 month without any guest chat and see how many new viewers you lose. You lose, you gain. Kiss your wife, yes. Alright, do you guys want to play some trivia? Do you want to just hang out? It's Monday night. Shall we talk about news or conspiracy? Alright, trivia it is. It's Monday night, so I like to talk about myths on Monday. Misanthropy, no trivia? Where have you been, Misanthropy? Yeah, I agree. I don't think I would lose any people. I would just lose... there would only be trolls that don't come in. Well, then engage me in interesting conversation, and then I will move away from the trivia. So our deep state is the old boy network and the corrupt politicians. Yes. Oh. All right, I'll let you guys do the Rush trivia because obviously I don't know anything about Rush. Who was the Greek god of flocks, forests, meadows, and shepherds? He had the horns and feet of a goat. He frolicked about the landscape, playing delightful tunes. No, Arctival, I don't want to talk about that. Misanthropy, YouTube. A teachers union strike in Madison, Wisconsin, 2011. So 2010, Governor Walker proposed that state employees pay a greater percentage into their pensions because it would help address budget shortfalls and could save Wisconsin $180 million per year. Wow. So this is The Dumbing Down of America by John Taylor Gatto. Do you think people are going to get me for playing that? Oh wait, let me move it over here. Let me move it up here. That way I can still watch YouTube chat. There we go. At the time of the bill's introduction, public employees contributed less than 1% to their pension, and taxpayers contributed over 99%. While Walker, Republican, did target public employees unions traditionally allied with his political opponents. Wait. Politicians should not be able to negotiate with unions using the future earnings of people who are too young to participate in the political process. Union leadership, of course, disagreed. The students who will be forced to pay the pensions through taxes were brought in by the unions to be used as props in the protests. The Supreme Court, Antique says, the Supreme Court has now stated that they do not care what you say on the internet. Wait. You get free speech in the U.S. unless companies refuse. You made this for me? The Big Valbowski? Well, then David can show it to me later if you say David has seen it. Yeah.
education equality? If so, the conclusion is inescapable that we are living in a golden age. From 1955 to 1991, the U.S. pupil-teacher ratio dropped 40%. The average salary of teachers rose 50% in real terms, and the annual expense per pupil, inflation adjusted, soared 350%. What other hypothesis, then, might fit the strange data I'm about to present?
Yeah. Probably true, Frankenstein. Okay, well, this David would probably like this. I will save it to. I will save this video and for us to watch tonight. How about that?
Yeah, Dumbing Down of America, sure. So I worked on a new poster today.
Oh, good. Oh, good. New face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Good job. Well, it is true. You do seem to get younger as the years go by.
Oh well, yeah. It's just obviously some sort of a strange.
Most people get older, and David's getting younger.
It's a strange phenomenon. I mean, when I met you, my life kind of slowed down because everything.
That would be cool, Misanthropy.
Everything got a lot easier. Stress is a killer. If you lower your stress level, you can definitely avoid getting old quick.
Speaking of lowering my stress level, I was thinking of going and taking a bath.
Go for it. Yeah, use some of those really great bath things we have. We've got all these really fancy bath skin toners that are fancy smancy.
If they were able to clone me and put me at every school, then we would have an awesome education system.
Yeah, you'd be amazing. You could be an online teacher. We could start an online teaching session here.
I love it.
We should do that. You're reverse aging too. Excellent.
The big Valbowski wants me to play a video.
That video is a porn that he has of himself. It's just ridiculous. I can't even believe you got in here. I banned you. How did you get back? Did you unban?
Maybe they changed their name.
No,
they added a V or something.
Ah, that's so good. Coffee. So there's a thing I saw on Netflix that's pretty interesting. I wanted to just... Hi there. The Voynich manuscript, or code, is quite a story. It's called the Voynich Code. And apparently there's a book, and I'll put it on the screen for you all of you to look at it. There's a book that was written, and they carbon dated this book to around 1420. It predates Leonardo da Vinci and many others. And it is a book they can't figure out.
Because they can't see flowers like this on Earth.
Right. These are kind of abstract flowers that are way more complicated than people realize. And it's not just flowers. The writing is a code that nobody can break. Not even top encryption experts, cryptologists, can figure out this language. And it was found in northern Italy. And some people believe it's some sort of a copy of print that was done by a child, like a genius. One person had thought it was Da Vinci's work, but Da Vinci was 100 years later. Anyway, nobody can really understand this. It's goggled the minds of every expert in the world. The Voynich Code, it's called.
We have not watched The Keepers yet. Do you recommend it?
Is that good on Netflix, The Keepers?
I know it's about, like, basically them trying to uncover pedophilia in the Catholic Church.
Let's check it out. I know there's an organization called the Finders that has been accessing children and using them for political gain, and that was revealed in the Nancy Schaefer story. She had found all kinds of information on the Finders, yet none of it got to the media, and it was all destroyed by a director. A lot of information she had gathered about the secret network that's basically Pizzagate. You know, just from a different angle. These people that are trying to evade detection. There's a documentary, yeah, the Voynich manuscript documentary. There you go, Dark Engine. Thank you. Thanks for giving me some time here. Get some rest. Take a bath. Enjoy. You've had a good night.
Take a bath.
Yeah.
I know. I came. Oh, that's because I was working.
There's a dinner on the stove if you want half of that at any time in the next hour or so.
Okay, I'll be back in an hour.
You don't have to be back. You can just relax and enjoy yourself. She's had a rough school day. The end of the year. Isn't that amazing? So you like these new glasses? I got these at the Portland gathering of technologists that were down there in Portland. I said, those are pretty cool glasses. He said, yeah, here you go. It was like the swag you get at conventions. Yeah, people get my name wrong. Some people call me Mr. Sponheim or Sponheim. Actually, you can pronounce it Sponheim. That's okay. That's the one. Yeah, I don't want to see that big look. Am I going to have to ask you to not post here? Because this is your last warning. You're going to get a 15-minute mute there, Mr. Big. But yeah, these look kind of Hollywood, don't you think? A little bit. Astral projecting for the background. It kind of matches the background in a weird way. Yeah. Oil slicks, they work great. Yeah. And I like it because people can't see my eyes. Thanks. I don't know why they call me anything. I'm here to be called whatever you want, I guess. I mean, I'm putting myself out there. Not many people do what I do. I'm one of the only people, actually. What I do, it seems to have, I don't know, a uniqueness to it. Reaching out for free on the internet, talking to people about things. Not many people do this. If you wear your blonde wig, you'd look like Owen Wilson. Really, my blonde wig? I had that on earlier. I don't think I need it tonight. I'm looking good. Looking good. The hair is a little unmanageable right in here, though. The Democrats admitted there's no collusion. They haven't admitted anything. I mean, there's no admission. No. What's that?
Did you grab the note? I thought it was.
Yeah, I have it right here. I was showing you that poster.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Which I tweeted today.
Oh, good job.
Yeah, I twittered it. Let me see if it's there. Look it up. No, I do not do that. I don't masturbate to cam girls. Wow. Some people, man. Yeah, here it is. I made a new poster. Same as the old one. It's very dark. Do you think I should put some lettering on it, or I don't know. This is my poster. It sends a message. It says black. You can't read anything. It just says black. But the Latvian girl made her debut and then never came back. So we never saw her again. We're hoping she's okay, though. Join the voter revolt. Because it's revolting. Oh no, I did that again. Hang on. Here's my new poster. Yep. I hope I don't look like I'm wearing any lipstick, because I'm not. I would have put my other pictures up, but they're a little bit disturbing. This is the most current picture I have. Women want tampons to be trode? What? Sandy Dog, what's your obsession with body parts? And you seem to be very similar to many people in the Matrix. Anywho, yeah, we try not to talk about sex here. You know, it's not a big priority for us. We try to use our mind to think about things other than masturbation. I know a lot of you think about nothing but masturbation, but I'm not like you people, apparently. Good. I'm glad it's not a big priority for us. So here comes guest chat. We're going to see if they're going to behave now. Oh, we're on? Good. You're going to help pass them out? Cool. Well, I haven't posted them except at third party, so you can check the Twitter link to grab them. No, I don't want to do anything like that. I have the wrong link. Hang on. I posted guest off. There you go. That's the link to our third party show. Dave, I lost 4.3 pounds of pure fat in 8 days just by giving up sugar. Wow. And you know, sugar is the killer, and it's what makes people older quicker. Believe it or not, a study done in the University of San Francisco showed that people who were on lots of sugar were getting their cells break down, their body. It opens up the possibility of diabetes. We know that for a fact. And you live less time on Earth. You won't enjoy life as much. So that extra amount of sugar, I'm not talking about basic amounts, but that extra amount of sugar will kill you. And the extra, even a little bit too much, will make you older faster. How about that, huh? You learned something tonight, didn't you? All right. I don't want to alarm you, but we are being sprayed like insects. A top CERN PhD, Jasper Kirkby, openly said, and this is a quote, "These are clouds seeded by jets dumping aerosols into the upper atmosphere." So it really is happening. We really are being sprayed like insects. I hate to alarm you. And yes, your Uncle Charlie who talked about chemtrails at the dinner table, he was trying to help you. When you called him a whack job, oh, he listens to Alex Jones. Oh, he's one of those people. If you walk around thinking Alex Jones is even remotely the truth, you've been fooled automatically, because Alex Jones is a paid shill. He gets $9 million a year to be Alex Jones. Now, I could probably be Alex Jones better than him. But I don't want to be, because I'm David Sponheim. Jackson. Did you say Jackson? Wow. What's happening, Jackson? 10 days on the road and I'm going to get home tonight. Well, let me tell you, I don't see Jackson in the chat room, and you're speaking to Jackson. Tommy Jarvis says hi. Hi, Tommy Jarvis. I think Dave has powers too. We love you, Dave. Oh, yes, we do. Thank you. Jackson. No, I haven't seen Jackson. Okay, NSF Golf Government. What is this? You're sending me, Ghost. You're sending me a massive PDF document, National Science Foundation. Is this the weather modification document? You are hereby muted. You know, I would think we should have a movie night, and I'm thinking one of the best movies ever is a movie called Being There with Peter Sellers. It's one of his greatest movies. He was a great actor. He played the Pink Panther back in the days. And Being There is about a guy who's a gardener named Chauncey Gardner, who somehow was living as a gardener for a very elite person doing the garden. And then the elite person died and left the house to somebody else, and they had to leave. And his whole life he was raised taking care of the garden. And he tended to the garden, and he picked the weeds from the garden, and he made a better world for the garden. And whenever people talked about the country, and he managed to find a bunch of people that were amazing, high level government officials. They started talking to him. They said, "Wow, Chauncey Gardner, tell me what you would do with the economy." They didn't know where he had come from, and he'd grown up as an isolated person in a little garden. He was a gardener, and he talked about the country as if it was a garden, and how there were There were so many weeds that we must clean the weeds so we can grow and prosper. And if we pick the weeds from our government budget, our welfare, and all the costs that we are just sucking dry every day, the $400 a month plan will get rid of welfare. That's my goal. And once we get rid of welfare, then we can move on. But we start to get rid of the nanny state slowly by replacing it with the bare minimum state. Because right now we're getting drained by people who commit welfare fraud. Oh yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be great to see that movie being there. We have 400 million viewers on UHF tonight. Good, and UHF 24. Wow. And UHF Plus. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Wow. I can't get over all the people that are watching and finding out about this dangerous atmospheric, called stratospheric aerosol injection, it's called. And they've been doing it without approval whatsoever and getting away with it. Yeah, it's a great movie, Sack Printer. Well, anybody can get the money, and that lowers the stigma. When you're a U.S. adult citizen over the age of 18 or over, you'll be able to qualify, and this way your mother won't get the welfare check and then you get nothing. But your mother won't let you stay in the house unless you pay her something. So it's going to be a money management thing for the household owners of the houses that are, letting people stay there rent-free. So it'll become a money management issue on a ground level. So everybody learns to take pride in what the money that they have. Some people want to save it, put it in the bank, and if you draw it out and put it in the bank, that's perfectly fine. It helps our banks. They need a little bit of, opportunity knocking. We need more activity. This is money injected into the economy, service economy, that'll help promote some sort of growth. Retail businesses that are currently barely making it might get over the hump. And, you see a lot of mom and pop cottage industries that really need a little extra stuff right now. Christmas is always, we expect so much and we get so little. So everybody could have up to $5,000 every single year if they saved it. But I don't recommend saving it. I say, use it if you need it. But that's the goal. That's the personal income, basic income solution that I came up with ahead of everybody in America. Now, Netherlands has been offering as much as $900 a month. I think Finland is offering $700 per person. I don't know how that's working out, but it's different in those countries. Sorry, I purged you, man. You're not the right purge. Unmuted you. Thank you. Blood Simple. Okay, I'll try to find the movie Blood Simple. We don't really care. This guy is a paid troll who's been paid by the elitists to attack our show. He's actually paid by an agency, believe it or not. I know more about him than he thinks I do. But the reality is these people are deathly afraid that this show is going to be successful on a national level as well as an international level. That's why we're being heavy censored in our one guest room. So we're trying to come up with a different solution for the summertime for guests from all around the world. We are thinking of weekly installment, Sack Printer, but the rent issue is always the thing. So I may be $200 up front, and 2 weeks later you get $100 and then $100. That way you can make a rent payment up front with mom. So she gets a little something for you to live there, and you get the other 100 and 100, or you pay her 150 for whatever, however you work it out with your mom or your dad, who's running your household on welfare. Now, anybody who's not on welfare will just be able to bank this or buy, Havana cigars with this. Assuming Donald Trump allows Havana cigars into the country the way he's going. Somebody said, why do you think Donald Trump is so angry at Cuba, trade with Cuba? Obama did open a door. I had talked about trade with Cuba myself. And I think it's because Trump doesn't want his Florida real estate to go down in value. He's selling it to the Russians, so he's grooming them for a good deal, Well, part of the deal is not to develop Havana, and, that keeps my property value up. Yeah, so it's fun to have guest chat, I'll tell you, but not that fun. So, yeah, so this constant attack is just typical of this behavior. So, just so you know, David, in the beginning I was here to poke and make fun, but after realizing your true objective is to fight against all odds, well, that made you and I on the same team, that you and I care about everyone's health and remarkable quality. A remarkable quality, yes it is. Yeah, I mean, ironically, I guess you had a run-in with the Scruffy group and came back with your dynamic IP, but have decided to make a place here. A lot of people who have spammed us, thinking that they would be paid to do this from 4chan, discovered that I am against all odds. That this is a grassroots effort that is going up against the big guys with a more powerful message than they could handle. Word of mouth. And as an advertiser, I always was aware of its tremendous power. And it is beyond belief. It really is. That's how the word spreads so quickly on UHF. Yeah, so a lot of people are getting ready for the new year. Donald hasn't done much, you know. I was talking a little bit about Tiger Woods. I think he got a bum rap when he got arrested for a DUI when he was clearly parked. I don't understand this. I think he's being singled out for being black. That's my take. I just don't understand. If a person's parked on the side of the road, they're not driving under the influence. It's ridiculous. Yes, Carrie Fisher, they did find out that she had been on a regular dose of morphine or methadone, and her story was very poignant because her family is very proud of the fact that she spoke out about her drug addiction. Not many people would talk about it. Kind of like the family of Andre Agassi when he did his open book about how he talked about his methamphetamine use. Carrie Fisher was a very much of a out there person. Sadly, Carrie Fisher battled drug addiction while filming the Star Wars movies, and for the most part, evidence of her real-life struggles remained off-screen. Huh. I never used my fingernails for drugs. I used dollars or teeny spoons like any other respectable former drug addict. So she had a certain amount of etiquette when doing drugs. I'm not wasting my time on Vaughn, no. I've happened to use Vaughn because I moved 1 million people over 5 years ago to another network. And it's been a network I had to use. I had no other choice. The model for this effort is to do a free internet show for me and you. So it works for me, but the censorship was not something I planned. So we're going to be working around the censorship issues that come our way. Fulcrum, John Podesta under active investigation as case goes hot. Wow. Well, this is kind of good news because the allegations about John Podesta really got really thick during the time of Pizzagate, when it was first revealed, the WikiLeaks that we now know came from Seth Rich. And when that investigation heats up, I'd like to know. They still haven't found his murderer at the hospital. Oh, it's sitting in front of the other one. All right, so John Podesta under active investigation as case goes hot. For quick background's sake, John Podesta's emails were leaked and published on WikiLeaks last year. Shortly before the U.S. presidential election, Podesta served as Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, and before that, Podesta was a longtime Clinton insider, serving as Bill Clinton's White House chief of staff. The emails contained an overwhelming number of incongruent references to pizza, hot dogs, and other food items without ever referencing which restaurant the food came from, and any details of the food itself or its flavor, etc. Around the same time that WikiLeaks was releasing the Podesta emails in batches, the Transparent Organization bizarrely at the time tweeted out a link to a declassified FBI backgrounder explaining to law enforcement how to spot the signs of child predators and child trafficking. In January of this year, I was contacted by federal law enforcement and by former deep state officials. The purpose of these limited interactions, I now understand, was to keep me on track. I was explained to me that this is real, deserving of public's time, and when I asked why haven't these people been arrested yet, the answer was that after digging into the ring, it branched out further than anyone was anticipating, and that there are significant geopolitical concerns. Geopolitical concerns like Hillary Clinton aides sacrificing chickens, an established code word for infants, to an obscure pagan god of child sacrifice, Moloch. Yeah, concerns like that. Wow. Strangely, according to Winston Churchill's memoir, Adolf Hitler worshipped the same pagan god by the same name. Yeah, this is pretty interesting stuff. And, most people don't even think this way. They can't even imagine what it's like to be in this dark realm of child molestation in Washington. And you wonder, how can anyone be so evil as to hurt a child? Well, apparently these people make a living of doing this. And they have some bizarre, twisted belief that by drinking a child's blood, they're going to live longer. They're all about immortality. I mean, they have everything else. They control the monetary system. They control the banking that we do. That's theirs. They own that. So why wouldn't they just start thinking of how to be immortal? Anyway, I mean, we've even had people like Meow TV come in, and I don't trust anything Meow TV says because he's been here since we started, and he says he's an agent for the Russian government. So, but he's made statements that he knows for a fact that, yeah, drinking the blood of children really helps make you feel younger. I mean, I can't imagine anyone corroborating that story. But apparently there's science that they're using and all kinds of BS. And here's the picture of Podesta of the 14 and the fish symbol that he uses. Yeah. Well, all these allegations about Podesta and about James Alefantis have got to come to the head. And we haven't even started the investigation. Our government's still doing nothing. He's posting some sort of a sign. It's 14 and plus the fish and the Osiris myth. And it goes on to talk about the whole historic reference, the Egyptian paganism that they're worshiping, that get them to this point where they're that mentally ill that they think that they're going to do that. You seriously would have no idea Dave existed before Vaughn. Everyone needs a platform. Thanks, Arc to Evil. Well, yeah, and we need a platform that doesn't censor us. So we're still working on that. Anyway, I couldn't believe that people do that, let alone what's really at the root of this is there's 50,000 kids a year missing from America. 50,000 kids a year missing. I mean, how do you process that information? Well, they just got lost or something. I'm not talking about parents taking their kids away because they're divorced with their family. And yeah, no, that's separate. So that's just in America alone that human trafficking is going on. Then you add Pakistan, India, China, Africa. The numbers are staggering. What's wrong here? There's something wrong. There can't be a bunch of pedos out there stealing children. They're processing children like farm animals, pulling them out of their native environment. And this isn't being investigated at the highest level. They turned a blind eye. Back in the 1990s, or late 80s, an organization called the Franklin Group in Nebraska was discovered, in which Boys Town was implicated, and a man by the name of Lawrence King, not Larry King, but his name was Lawrence King, was involved in child prostitution and child trafficking and pedophilia and all this stuff. And the Nebraska State Police got right into the case and discovered that it had ties to Washington, D.C. and a human trafficking role of children. But the Nebraska State Police got an alert from the FBI saying to stop investigating. So the FBI put a kibosh on the investigation, much like James Comey claimed now that the email investigation is over when it's just beginning. So when he said that the email investigation was over, he was outright lying. Whatever he said about Trump could be a lie too. We don't know. Because this guy seems to be all over the place. I don't trust Comey, but I also believe that he knows things about Trump that could very well be true about Russia. We got MILF lovers here, really? Yeah, well, I think a lot of people are looking for a meaningful relationship in life. I mean, that's got to drive a lot of you guys to meeting MILFs online. There are a lot of women who've been divorced, Ida Haim and Diallo are working for Hope of Guinea for underprivileged children in New Guinea. It was later a manager of Best to Pizza. Wow, that's interesting. See, these people position themselves in areas where they can actually facilitate children, even refugee children. Now, this is an allegation that this man, Ibrahima Abe Diallo, He's the senior manager, information technology, National Apartment Association, but he's possibly Help of New Guinea is non-governmental organization created help, and you're saying that he worked at the Best of Pizza organization. They try to stop sexual discrimination and sexual abuse against underprivileged children of Guinea. But then you find these people in the weirdest places, working at a pizza parlor. Okay, my limit's 49. Thanks, Charles. No, the blimp plane hasn't been discussed at all. Thank you. I rarely talk about the blimp plane, but Conspiracy Monday is not really food for conspiracy thought. There's a lot of conspiracies happening. The biggest conspiracy is against a third party and against free speech. That alone is keeping our country from getting anywhere, making any progress. So clearly the biggest obstacle is going to be the hardest to cross, just to get to the territory where we can actually implement some level of oversight. Dave, I'm 99, and I'm still doing 69. Thanks for sharing. The blimp plane has a vape lounge, yeah. That was the whole concept of the blimp plane. Well, we thought, sure, you can build a blimp plane like that, like the Airbus. It's a hell of a lot more money to go into that than to just take existing planes and attach a large tank of oxygen or hydrogen or helium. And then gradually it became obvious that we already have a fleet of planes. And there's no reason to add to our fleet of planes because they cost like $360 million a piece. So we'll just have a blimp plane. We add a blimp to the plane. We tie in to the metal infrastructure with heliarc welders, attaching to the aluminum infrastructure, and build this huge grip over the base of the center of the plane at the center of gravity. And then we add a number of things, parachutes all over the place. Alex Jones is getting a journalist award for trapping Megyn Kelly. The whole thing with Alex Jones, all the dialogue with him and Megyn is all made up. It's all prepped. It's controlled. It's largely theater. Even she's being used as theater with Alex to mainstream him. It's all by design. They're continually taking your mind off of things by diverting your attention. And what a better way to do it than put Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones in front of your face. So that's what's happening. So they've done a good job diverting your attention from the fact that our government continues to fund rebels that are causing nothing but friction with Russia in Syria. But there's no reason why our planes can't have parachutes, that burst out, provide instant protection for its passengers. But inside, I could imagine like a large vape lounge. Maybe we'll make this automated. We'll convert the front gash, enlarge the window there, and make that the vape lounge. But then I thought, well, then the vape's going to go back into the unit, and people don't want to get high on the vape back there. So then I realized, no, we better just preserve the integrity and put the vape lounge in the back. But these things will never crash, and they'll be able to go about 300 miles an hour, giving you the ability to go from Los Angeles to New York in about 10 hours. But you'll be able to have sleeper chairs like they have in ferries. And you can actually sleep on board. There'll be sleeping room cubicles too. You pay more for those though. That won't be $100 each way. But the vape lounge will be like a modern day juice bar and barista. But it will have the ability to vape in that area because I'll be legalizing marijuana. But all the air will be filtered down in through the back, and nobody in the main area will be breathing it. They'll be breathing fresh air. We don't want to get people high on board unless they want to get high. You can bring the mirrors to women that will make them look thinner and say, look at how thin you look. And then they'll feel more sexy, and then pretty soon you're getting a conversation with a beautiful, plump woman like you really want, who feels thin and sexy. I know what you're going for, Salty Dog. There are a lot of guys like you with that fetish. He's getting a CB award, whatever. These people are just giving each other awards, congratulating themselves on nothing. It sounds amazing, doesn't it, to have the vape lounge? People will want to go on these trips because they'll be able to meet people and actually have a conversation. The music will not be blaring. There may be a dance section there for up to 10 dancers, but it'll not be blaring because you want to have conversations. Like, hi, I'm a millennial. What's your name? Well, I'm Susie, and I'm a millennial too. What do you do? Well, I just sit around and watch TV. Oh, well, I do too. We could watch TV together. Oh, really? You like watching TV? And that kind of a conversation. It's just a starting point. We could even branch out and make a speed dating flight just for speed daters. No, you'd be trapped on board for 10 hours. You would want to talk to that person. Oh, I talk to you. I can't stand you. Papa, can you hear me? Bill Clinton gets Father's Day message from black son who thanks the former president for giving him life even though he was abandoned. That's so special. I never had sex with anyone, not even myself. I can't understand how my genetic material could possibly show up in this young man. Father's Day. I can't believe it. Hey, there he is.
Like we've been, going through this, and most of Arkansas know. Everywhere I go, people say, that's Bill Clinton's son. He looks just like him. But basically, I'm just here to tell the truth about who I am and to get a legitimate paternity suit against Bill for him to give a sample of his DNA.
What do you want from Bill Clinton other than to?
I want to know is he my father. I want to be able to shake his hand. I want to be able to know him. I mean, I'm raising kids of my own today, and to grow up and see their different personalities and.
I can tell he definitely has his gift of gab. He sounds a lot like Bill.
Do they pain? They hurt?
You're doing this out of a sense of you want to feel connected to him.
No, that's what I always searches for. My whole life growing up without a father, and for me to be in my kids' life and they ask me, well, who's your dad, So all I can speak of is what I know. And it's kind of hard.
You're not doing this to damage the Clintons anyway.
No.
But you see how it is damaging to be doing
I mean, just because now I'm able to get the opportunity to get myself out, my story out there, I can't help that because they feel that it's damaging.
Were you motivated by other women coming out and stories of Bill Clinton allegedly?
No, I mean.
Yeah, this is a press conference. This is unbelievable. You got like 3 people. He's like the illegitimate son of Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton was the illegitimate son of Jacob Rothschild.
I've been hearing stories. I've been doing research all my life on him. You hear rape stories, all the allegations of Clinton. All I wanted was to know of where I come from.
His hooker mom lied about him, about where his dad was, who his dad is. He had to find out later in life that his dad was Bill Clinton. He should hang with Chelsea. She doesn't even have Bill Clinton as a father. Yeah. They're not even related. They could marry.
And the part of me that's missing. That's all I want to know. All my life I've been told Bill Clinton my father. My mother's story has never changed.
I must say that he does look very good looking like Bill. Anyway, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he gets anywhere. I'm amazed he got 3 people. That's ridiculous. Melko, my original blimp plane idea is my idea. I was the one that walked into Boeing, up to Boeing, and said to them at the Beyond Oil event in 2009 to talk about my blimp plane. And they said, oh, we've been thinking of things like that. And then right away they started working on the hybrid Boeing blimp plane. They've already, it's just like, okay, it's all happening at the same time. Totally, dude. So many people who are kind of amazed by Boeing are, always concerned that, it's going to be Government contract, military purposes, you know, who knows? It all heads toward military use, not civilian use for good uses, you know. It'll be the blimp plane destructive stealth with video cloaking attack vehicle by the time Boeing gets done with it. Yeah. And to think that they wouldn't put parachutes on planes even today is kind of it's illogical. I mean, even if you put one parachute on a plane, just one, big one, you're going to reduce the loss of life by probably 50% when the crash occurs. I mean, it's a no-brainer to slow the plane down when you're crashing. I mean, why wouldn't they put a parachute on a plane? Does it take a genius to realize this? No, that's me. I realize the importance of parachutes. That's why I'm here. I'm worried about dangerous things in the coming control of the New World Order and how the Russians are also controlled by the New World Order. How they're rigging the system with their dollars and monetary systems that they control. I'm worried about all that. Okay, incredible moment. Pair of frantic adult elephants save a calf from drowning after it slips into a pool. Okay, I want to see this. Whoa. Their calf slipped in the pool, and they're frantic about it. It could drown. Look at this, how they're both coming to their aid. This is fantastic. They're coming around the other side. Look at this. You can't see it. I'm blocking it. They're frantic. Look at this. They're trying to save the calf. They're pushing it up to the shallow area. Look at that. Wow. Everybody's happy. Family's back together. And the calf survived. Or did it? I'm assuming it did. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's over. Huh. No post-production effects were used in this video. Let's take a look. This is from last night, or from 2 days ago. Oh, okay. It's kind of like a virtual reality kind of a game. Okay. Abracadabra. Wow. I'm impressed. Yeah. Card tricks gone VRML. All right. There we go. I've never seen it done before. Yeah. This is new to me. Thank you. Happy New Year. I think I'm done with that one. All right, good. I've got those trimmed up, and I've got this to work on now. I'm going through various things. We didn't really listen to Tom Brokaw very long. Let's give him another shot. He's talking about fake news and everything.
And those qualities have only become so much more effective and pervasive. But I was also quickly aware of the underside, the seizure on the net by hate groups of all kinds, spreading their cancer of wholesale racism and violence. I did 2 documentaries at the turn of the century called The Web of Hate, hoping to slow that trend. But the reach and the poisonous claims of Alex Jones and others like him, and even establishment public figures, would not be slowed. We cannot disrupt the irrational spread of hate and division by instantly, blindly blaming the other side or by looking away. The parents of Newtown. It's not enough to say, I cannot imagine, because unless we're the parents, we can never, ever share the unremitting pain. So,
yeah, let's talk about the loss of Newtown parents. How come nobody's come forth other than the 3 people, Robbie Parker and 2 others? And there's still a gag order on anyone talking to any of the parents of the alleged killing of the Sandy Hook victims. How come we haven't even been able to talk to any of them? And one guy in Florida tried to contact one of them and they got arrested. Now he's going to serve jail time because they charged him with, violating, stalking this person. So we still haven't yet talked to any of them. Real. There were 3 people that came out, even though there was a gag order against talking to any of them. And those people have already been ruled not credible. No tears of sadness whatsoever. The parents were so in La La Land that they were completely plastic. It turns out the people that behind the Sandy Hook event, and even Tom Brokaw, is exercising what is called propaganda disinformation, trying to make us all worried about some major thing that's happening. Their primary agenda is gun control. And they're doing the bidding of the New World Order, the people that want to control the future of our world. The people that want to control the Matrix. The people that are spraying us like insects. They're trying to make us all passive and fearful. And in doing so, they gain a greater control over the destiny of mankind. You see, America has homes where people have guns. In Europe, they don't have any, rarely have people with guns. So they've gotten most of Europe and Asia controlled. But America seems to be the one thing that's dogging them, but we're also the biggest, strongest police force for the New World Order. So the last thing they really need to do at this point is betray us in order to retain control of the world. But what they're doing is they're trying to now go against the very thing that our forefathers fought for. A right to bear arms, right to stop tyranny, even in our homes. Right to stop home invasions. David, quickly, in what issue of Detective Comics makes its first appearance of Batman? 142nd? Am I right? I don't know. 142? I don't know. I don't know the answer. Yeah, Megyn Kelly's report on Alex Jones seen by only 3.5 million viewers. Look at that. And here we're seen by nearly 130 million viewers every day. So we have to say to the people who are being diverted, their attention is being diverted by these clowns, actors, in the stage act called Let's Pretend That We're Talking About the Truth, in which Alex Jones goes against Megyn Kelly. I mean, the whole thing is just complete theater. The Mariners game? Okay. Mariners game live. Update. Live stream. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the webcast. I'm not sure why it's not playing, but it's supposed to play right here. Oh, in person, I can't help you. I'm sorry. Same crisis actor in Sandy Hook and Boston Marathon. I saw this picture. I mentioned it to Sarah the other day. I was like, they've got people that were appearing in both cases, the same actresses, crisis actresses. She died in the shooting at Sandy Hook, and she's also injured in the bombing at the Boston Marathon attack. You know, that's the same picture. You have to actually show the same pictures. You need a separate picture. Okay, we don't have the live game, I'm sorry. But we do have my poster that I just worked on. I'll upload it to the site this weekend. Talk to me, nightly video chat, americasthirdparty.com, join the voter revolt. There I am. Unfortunately, I wear sunglasses all the time, so I get this beige area in here. I can't seem to correct it. I'd have to put rouge on around my eyes. All right, so Joan Rivers is convincing. She got killed for speaking the truth, yeah. Massive update. FBI involved shooting reported at Home Depot parking lot in Albuquerque. Suspect fled after ramming agent's car. Okay, thanks, Super Saver. Something going on at a Home Depot in Albuquerque, folks. Yeah. Well, it's me. It's definitely me. Okay. Drop out of that. We got a lot of things coming up tonight about cloning, human cloning. 2 hours of that toward the end of our show. Discussion called the Donald Marshall narrative. Man who claims he was in the cloning industry and knows it's fully going on right now, and some people claim that they're being cloned. I wouldn't even have to talk about that if there wasn't proof of Hillary Clinton being a clone. This is her hand right here in 2 different environments claiming to be Hillary Clinton. Remember, it all started a long time ago when, well, not that long ago, when Hillary was running, she was actually running for president when the 9/11 tribute happened, and then she collapsed. Well, this woman popped right out of the area she collapsed an hour and a half later, looking different, much thinner than Hillary. And you can see the hand there has some kind of a unique scar-like on it. It's very, very strange. Anyway, it's a hand seen by multiple sources. And they ran it up against the hand that was seen of her on the campaign trail, a different Hillary, and they compared the both. And the strangest thing is, they both have the same lines. Exact same lines. You can see the same lines on the screen. I'll draw you a picture. This line right here is identical to this line. This line right here is identical to this line. This is not true on everybody's hand, by the way. This line is identical to this line. So how can a younger, thinner Hillary exist virtually in the same space and time unless they were cloned? So it's a strong argument that cloning really does exist, and we shouldn't be just, flippantly ignoring the reality that this stuff could actually be happening. It's been 20 years since Dolly the sheep was cloned. Okay? 20 years ago. A lot can happen in 20 years. Breaking update. Cops released disturbing details in murder of Virginia teen. Hate crime not suspected. Okay, Super Saver. Thanks. Interesting new tidbits coming at us. His anger over the encounter led to violence. Cops released disturbing details in murder of Virginia teen. His anger over the encounter led to violence. An autopsy this afternoon revealed the body recovered from a pond in Loudoun County is that of Reston teenager who went missing earlier Sunday morning. The victim has been identified as Nabra Hassanan, 17 of Reston. The autopsy results show Nabra suffered from blunt force trauma to her upper body after a road rage incident. Darwin Martinez Torres, 22 of Sterling, is charged with her murder. I hate hearing about road rage, man. I've been in so many situations where I could have easily died. I take callers, Jason, just not you. Yeah, you're not. Didn't Bob Dylan sing "Everybody Must Get Cloned"? Yeah, that was him. I think he was cloned. See, the problem is, Jason, you're having a problem weaning yourself off of the tit. Were you addicted to your mother's nipple as a child and couldn't, did you like claw to have it? You're not able to take the word no and process it, Jason? Yeah, it's pretty weird. Sounds like you have a nursing disorder. You were never nursed properly by your mother. When you're born, they take your DNA sample. Now they do, yeah. Yeah, they don't usually take my DNA sample. Everybody must get cloned. Yep. Jason just doesn't understand. We don't take the Holocaust hoax theories, and anybody who calls up with weird things like he's done in the past is no longer going to call up. He's called up and had weird sounds playing in the background thinking it was funny. So it's a guy who's just stalking our show. Pathetic. Pathetic. On the cover of the Rolling Clone. Exactly. That was the Bob Dylan song. Everybody must get stoned. Cloned. Rolling Stone is 50 today? Yeah, and they got away with libeling me in their press, and they haven't been charged with the crime yet. It's not Dylan. Well, I can't play any of his songs, otherwise they'd monetize me. Dude, I'm not gay. No, it's because I won't talk to holo-hoaxers. You guys are completely out of your mind. I've got more than enough proof of a Holocaust at my fingertips. You know what was really weird about the holo-hoax people is they actually say that, well, the video was computer graphic generated. And every film we have of the Holocaust, film, not video, shows piles of bodies of people that died in Treblinka and Auschwitz. And they argue that, oh, they weren't in gas chambers, but they still died and they were still incarcerated in concentration camps, regardless of how they died, if indeed they didn't die that way, which they could have. And it's just all they do is say, no, that was computer generated. Yeah, right. We've been watching computer generated images since 1946, really? Dude, I'm the guy fighting the Zionists. You're the ones that voted for Donald Trump thinking he wasn't one, when he's the biggest Zionist out there. I'm the guy exposing the Ashkenazis that are around him, and you're in here attacking me like I'm not helping you. It's unbelievable. And you fell into this trap of being hollow hoaxers because it makes you look like a bunch of idiots. At the dinner table, you're the flat earth guy. Well, the earth is flat, Mom, huh? And the Holocaust didn't exist, huh? Yeah, right. He watches a lot of Alex Jones. What's wrong with him? Well, aside from being, mentally retarded, I don't know. We haven't decided yet. Agriculture giants Bayer, Monsanto emerging could ruin American farmers. Yeah, this is what's going down, I'll tell you. Farming, it's what's under attack. I'd be willing to talk about Pizzagate, yeah, at the dinner table. That would be great. How some people are eating children. Yeah, that would be dinner conversation. Oh, yes, could I have another crumpet, please? It's just sick stuff. I've got a video of a guy who'll tell you all about it. Lay across my big brass bed. Watch this video. This is really disturbing.
when Pedogate, Pizzagate to Pedogate to so forth, that can no longer be repressed. The Republican Party has historically been the party that is most connected to Wall Street, the Illuminati, and the Satanists that use pedophilia as well as, this is a very delicate topic, it turns out that drinking children's blood is an anti-aging device. This is just really sick and disgusting, but it's a fact. It's a chemical fact. And if you drink adrenalized children's blood, which is to say you terrorize the child, not just with sodomy, but with torture and with other satanic ritual things, if you adrenalize the child's blood before you kill them and drink their blood, this is a doubly effective anti-aging device. You can also harvest children's bone marrow. So children are being killed for their bone marrow as an anti-aging device for the elite. I don't make this stuff up. This is what I'm being told and reading about. Yes, it is terrible, Sarah. It is something that has gone on. It's gone on throughout history. This is not new, and it's not unique to the Americans, okay? The Saudis and the Afghans do as much child terrorizing and as much child sodomy as 1/10 of Wall Street, okay? I mean, they're really big on this stuff. So from where I sit, Saudi Arabia is evil at multiple levels, including child sodomy and child murder. In the United States of America, as well as the United Kingdom, law enforcement from the national services, Scotland Yard and the FBI, all the way down to the local police jurisdictions, turn a blind eye on pedophilia. In fact, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, which is ground zero for pedophilia, has the pedophilia symbol in its badge.
Okay. So let's check that out, shall we? Let's do a search. LA County Sheriff pedo symbol. Dude, wouldn't matter if you did. I've got so much security, you'd be seen on multiple cameras, and your video would be uploaded to multiple redundant servers all around the world. Your face would be seen permanently in permanent archive. Plus, even if you had a face when you got done with it, we'd know who splattered against the sheetrock and who made the Dexter pattern in my wall. So if you really think you want to get in this show and get into talking, because I've been banning somebody who just so butthurt I've been banning him or muting him, it's because you are in here trying to attack me, slander me. That's the problem. You stop slandering me, you can come in and talk about the issues. Okay, that's the big difference between you and I. I talk about issues. I don't run my mouth off about how I'm going to hate on somebody or this or that. All right. Here's the story he just mentioned. Why does the LA County Sheriff have a pedophilia symbol on it 5 times? Well, apparently this star up above, this nested triangle, according to the FBI, is the sign of that pedophiles use. This nested triangle right here. There it is, up close and personal. So yeah, and there is the FBI site talking about this particular item. So yeah, he made a good point. Apparently they're getting protected by law enforcement. Dude, good luck with that. Yeah. You'd be seen doing it, setting it up. It's going to a redundant server, man. Everything you get, if you get close to this area within a half a mile, everything is being videotaped. Your license plate will be seen when you try to come up to the door. Yeah, are you an idiot? And that's Dark Hollow. Yeah, that's a threat, a death threat. So, we have you recorded too. So if you're broadcasting from a VPN, your VPN's owned by the government. So you don't have much chance of getting out of somebody investigating you. So you're kind of screwed if you're living at your mom's basement with this attack on this show. Okay, so this is what they're doing. They're spraying the fields, killing off the population slowly. Putting GMOs in our diet, which is known to cause cancer after about 30, 40 years. You'll get cancer because of all the food we're eating. Yeah. So we're looking at Next year, we turn to our spring tasks again. The entire farming economy will have shifted under our feet as a result of a merger wave between Bayer buying up Monsanto. Oh yeah, 10 years of war at least. They had projected 25 years of war in the Middle East. I do consume whey protein, yeah, small amounts. I've noticed that I've been using a protein builder that gets rid of fat. And they actually work. You know, when you make a milkshake or whatever, the juice drink, it actually helps. Hillary Clinton told FBI Robert Mueller to deliver uranium to Russians in a secret Plains side tarmac meeting. Yeah, I know. Well, that's why I said both parties need to be investigated about the involvement with the Russians. There you go, a smoothie. Yeah, I make a smoothie with a blender. And in it I put about a half of a container of amino proteins made of whey. Yeah, I'm not a Muslim, man. Sorry. Here's the Zero Hedge article about Hillary Clinton. Told FBI's Mueller to deliver uranium to Russians in 2009. Okay. Oh, really? It proposed that FBI Director Robert Mueller be the one that personally conduct the transfer to a 10-gram sample of HEU to Russian law enforcement sources during the secret Plainside meeting on a tarmac in early 2009. Well, this could very well undermine Robert Mueller's credibility here. So we may need a different special prosecutor. Can I be the special prosecutor? I'd kind of like to be the special prosecutor. Can I? Well, it is. I'm trying to stay in touch with my supporters. I read everything you say. I know you, Dave. I'm just posting what I'm finding. Thank you, man. Anyway, it kind of freaks people out when they know that I'm videotaping like everything around my area, but I have to. I can't do that right now. The $25 white privilege college paper story is due up in 2.5 more weeks. You'll have to wait. 6-week interim on that one. I try not to recycle my stories more than every 6 weeks because I've done over 9,000 hours of broadcasting. It gets a little boring for those people that watch it. Now, if you're watching me in the future, thank you for coming in. I recognize the possibility that the future will be watching me. We are in the golden age of modern television, springing from home-based units, broadcasting from a small studio in our house. But it's technology that's become prosumer available and anybody can do it. What makes it so powerful is that we're using this technology unlike anyone else. Even though I've been completely censored on YouTube with my subscription site, the number is held down for 6 years, locked. And same with the number of followers on Twitter. I've been censored for 6 years, and now I've been censored on this network that I'm chatting on for 2 years. Even though that's happening, we're still spreading like wildfire across the globe. People are watching the UHF show, and they're getting free entertainment, which is great. It's a win-win for everybody. Very motivated. I can change the skin tone. It's all controlled by the light. I'm actually a pretty tan guy. Everything in here is controlled. This is my real coloring. But then you'd say I'm jaundiced, you know. So I have to put it right around in here. Dude, you're not gonna get close to me. I'm always prepared for what it's coming. Every second of the day. There isn't a second of the day that I'm not completely prepared to defend myself with mortal force. And I don't mean my hands, okay? So don't even go there, man. You're only making a fool of yourself because it's a felony. When I become president, I'll come back and retrieve your IP address and go after you. personally and arrest you personally. Now, if your IP address is shielded by a VPN, that VPN is run by the NSA. Almost all the VPNs out there are run and controlled by the NSA. No, seriously, you're not shielded. Your days on this planet will be in Supermax charged with a 25-year felony for threatening me in the chat room. You think I'm kidding? And you wouldn't even stand a chance even getting near me. I would literally have to defend myself with the castle law and have to blow your brains clear off right on my splattered sheetrock. You'd be, framed. Be very pretty. When you open a door, do you expect to see somebody standing there going, "Ooh, how do you know that I don't have like a completely shielded battering ramp behind that door with a spray fire that could go right into your face? How do you know that?" So don't think for a second that anyone is going to get away with a crime against me. It's not going to happen. Those people will be hunted down and will extradite them out of their country. I've had death threats, about 1,000 a year, roughly, 100 a month, 1,000, 1,200 a year, and they've been going on for 8, 9 years now. So I've had close to 9 or 10,000 death threats. So there you have it, and I'm still standing. You tell me what the deal is. What about that picture do I not figure out? They're all serious. I take every one of the death threats seriously. Yeah, there are people that go in houses and shower. And oftentimes, if you want to find out who's going in the house, you'd have to look, through possibly a thermographic analysis of a person in a shower. Find out where they are and then break down the door when they're in the shower. Sure. But then you'd have to have the ability to do that. Not many people walk around with thermoscopes and have that ability to look into houses with thermoscopes. Thermography is a very high-end thing. You can't just buy that on the street. Our police have it. Police can actually take, usually not even units out here would have it, but they have these units that can look into houses. But it just amazes me, what we got here, folks, is the people that are running the world desperately afraid of what's been happening with the growth of this show and hiring freaks and imbeciles on 4chan to come in here and attack us. And we know for a fact people have been making big bucks attacking our show. I'm not kidding. I'll get Dave one of those guns from Eraser. Oh yeah, there you go. But it kind of, lowers the whole threshold of enjoying a chat when people are all in this chat room attacking us. And we don't have the chat control that we would have normally in a different chat room. And that's a problem. So we're going to try to generate a new chat protocol. I would expect sensors and Autobots that can read words, and as soon as they see the words, they immediately correct it. So nobody would get any chat in using words that are offensive, like hate, kill, brick. I mean, we could put theoretically in the word chain the word hate, kill, brick, and automatically all those people's chat would be eliminated instantly. We wouldn't have this problem. But he doesn't do that kind of monitoring of his site. Kind of unfortunate considering he's got tools available to him. Yeah, but I could control the negativity completely, so you guys would see the filtered chat. Just like Howard Stern's calls are 5 minutes in advance, you can't get through to him unless you're screened through his production team. But they're really concerned that I've grown so fast that they can't control me. And it's true, they can't. And all they can do is come in here and threaten to kill me. It's ironic. Now, Mexico is accused of spying on journalists and activists using cell phone malware. Wow. Okay. All right, there you go. Mexican journalist Carmen Aristegui holds her mobile phone during a journalist press conference in Mexico City. They've deployed sophisticated software to spy on journalists, activists, and anti-graft groups. Targets received SMS messages which appeared legitimate but led to false sites and installation of malware on their mobile phones, according to the investigation. Then the malware recorded their keystrokes and compromised their contact lists. So Mexico was able to hand the contact lists of their journalists over to the cartels because, there's a direct connection there. And then people die who are journalists trying to expose these things, these cartels. Cherry Blossom, more stuff is coming out. Yeah. My theory on the WikiLeaks dump, Cherry Blossom and Vault 7, is that these people have essentially put a kind of an insurance card out there by offering these links to the public. You'd think the NSA would be doing a detailed study of who their mole is, and who's leaking this information to WikiLeaks, but there's no investigation at all. So you have to assume from that the NSA has sanctioned this dump, and they want WikiLeaks to dump it so that they aren't implicated in any future investigations. They could always say, "Oh, well, that stuff was readily available on the internet." Dude, my viewer numbers are completely controlled here. Dude, you'll never even get close to me. Yeah. What's so sad is that your brains will blow out before you even think about what you're going to do next. Unfortunately, for your sake, I'm a sharpshooter, I'm an expert, and I don't miss. So you're walking into like a nightmare if you were to take on an attack on me. So this is another story that is migrating to the top of the heap. Flynn didn't disclose a role in the Saudi Arabian deal with the Russians. His role in the Saudi deal with the Russians is another area. A congressional letter says, former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn appears to have failed to report a 2015 trip to Saudi Arabia on behalf of the U.S.-Russian business plan to build nuclear reactors. So this guy was hiding his connections to Russia. And when Trump was told that Flynn was working with the Russians, he still chose him as a national security advisor. That's how flawed Trump's intention is. He has no knowledge of what's happening. He's completely lost. He still hired him as national security advisor, unless, of course, Trump really is working for the Russians, and that's the other reality. Why would he hire a guy that we openly knew was invested heavily in the Russians and the Turkish? No, it's not part of God's plan because your brains will be part of God's little plan too. No, I never did. That's an allegation that's untrue. That woman is delusional and suicidal, and she's making ridiculous claims. I really don't know about Trump being a clone. That's kind of an odd thought. Yeah, I have to clean up the chat room a little bit. We've got 45 minutes to do it. Oh yeah, that was the weather and climate modification PDF file he sent me. Thank you. Yeah, so they've been doing this, spraying the air we breathe and making everyone believe that, oh, it's just, it's condensation in the air. Yeah. Dude, there's nobody who's going to be at my house unless they're a vetted war hero. I don't allow people to come to my house unless they're my security system. They have to be part of my security system. I'm sorry, I just don't have parties. Well, you know where my records were kept. That's what you do know, yes. NASA releases the papers and the stuff. You can go straight to their way. That's the last I checked. Yeah. So you can find out all this stuff. They want to do it in plain sight because they think that they've turned everyone into a bunch of metal midgets so nobody knows what's going on. They've got everyone convinced that they're They've got everything in front of their face when they turn on the TV set. They don't realize that there's a massive amount of information that's being pushed out there. So they're relying on hiding in plain sight, these elitists. They somehow believe that by doing this stuff in plain sight that they're absolved of their guilt or the karmic payback that will come their way, which means eternal damnation in hell. And when you find out that they're actually worshiping Satan, they actually want to spend the rest of eternity with hell. It should shut down any chemtrails naysayer, but most people who are on chemtrails don't know what the hell you just said. Okay, Zelfire.
Whoop-de-doop-dee. We have fun.
Whoop-de-doop-dee.
Ultra top secret classified. 2 hours and 31 minutes. Newly leaked classified document conversation. Wow. And here we have a 2-hour show on cloning. We just added to it. I'll be darned.
Whoop-de-doop-dee.
Whoop-de-doop-dee. Well, their threats just don't work, and then they, want to ramp up their threats to, continue taking risks with their lives. Hey, takes all kinds. USS Fitzgerald collision wasn't reported for nearly a half an hour. So what exactly happened in the chain of command? Remind me not to click on CBS. Japan's Coast Guard is investigating why it took nearly a half an hour for a deadly collision between a U.S. naval destroyer and a container ship to be reported. Tokyo. I don't have any cancer. Hot dog. Holy crap, holy Batman. That's right, Robin. This is definitely a cover-up. Japan's Coast Guard is investigating. Yeah, the impact crushed the starboard side of the Fitzgerald. The ship was listed as sail, and 7 men died. Here they are. All of them were sleeping. This is the cost of being a naval officer on board a ship. I'm so sorry that this happened. Dude, you were fake when you voted for Donald Trump. You're a bunch of Trump-tards. And you don't even deserve to be in here. I'm going to sure and guess out. Oh, there you go. Chemtrail plane, incredible footage. Okay, thank you. Whoa! Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable. There it is.
Okay, I got a crazy clip here, and I want to thank Paul for pointing all the new subscribers in. Here we have the equinoxes. We're only a few days away. This is a day of balance. I would urge you to go outside and recognize that this day is different. Okay, we got some real craziness here. I've got 13 clips to go through. I shot all day, and I got these orbs, and as I was coming in to do the edit, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw that this thing actually shoots. And I'm not sure what it's shooting at, but there's all this cotton candy looking crap falling out of the sky, and these little, you can see them right now, they're shooting by. They look like, I don't know, these white things with tails. And for the first time we see this cottony looking stuff falling. But anyhow, this orb's going to go into the cloud, and keep your eye right on the orb. I'll clue you into when it's going to shoot the first time. And actually, as I did this edit, I saw it shoots twice, and I'll break them both down.
Super Dave just made a good point. He said Trump wants to ban Muslims because of hate. What about his own base hating people? Yeah. Well, Trump's blown it because he's allowing Muslims to come into the country, and he's not even stopping the encampments of Muslims. He's fueling terrorism, Trump is, by not pursuing government operations to downsize these encampments of jihadists. So Trump is actually doing the worst thing he can do. By putting out laws that can't be implemented, he's letting people just slip through the cracks left and right. And NASA, please explain reflections in space. Very weird reflections, yeah. Good evening, Worldwide Darts. Going okay, Kev. Yeah, that's clearly weird anomalies from photographic archiving. That's a reflection. Oh, look at that. Even more so. More evidence of Photoshop doctoring by NASA et al. Yeah, hoax. And there he is. Heath Ledger. And that leads to another conspiracy of why Heath Ledger died. Some people believe he was part of the star whacking. He was a victim of star whackers. During the filming of Batman, he basically died in his apartment in New York, I believe. Wow. That's a good one. I'll add it to my list. So Heath Ledger, they say, may have been a victim of star whackers. These star whackers that, have been talked about by the legendary film actor Randy Quaid may very well be, satanic sacrifices made to Morgoth or whatever the hell they worship. Yeah. Yeah, people are named that way. I was thinking that this is also the possibility of replacements too. People are being replaced, or people are being made up out of thin air. There's an interesting conspiracy theory about Katy Perry and John Benet Ramsey. They both had parents that look identical. They both have. Katy Perry still has parents. But many people believe that Katy Perry is some sort of an Illuminati MK Ultra victim. And she's been having some issues, speaking out about her personal life. It alludes to a kind of a fragmented thought process that she's having. And anyway, it would make sense if Katy Perry is indeed John Benet Ramsey, because they never did see, there was never any photographs shown ever from the Boulder police of John Benet dying. So, but the commonalities of facial characteristics are identical, but the parents, that's the real shaker. Look at their faces. The new ones farther away over here. And these two parents of John Benet, they died. But their faces physically match the faces of Katy Perry's parents. So you'd think with the same genes, the same facial formation, that Katy Perry would have similar parents as John Benet. Well, then he asks, well, why would they do that? Make an elaborate scheme to, get rid of their daughter by moving her to a new location. Well, maybe she didn't like her name. Maybe she didn't like the name John Benet. You never know. Have you ever named a child John Benet? We could morph them, but it's done before. It's not something I care to do.
With a lot of the shows on YouTube, you have the truth with the lie idea, like with the Bill Ox, you'll have the truth of the three are in fact the same two as the Jumbonet. You must stay away from. That's how that worked out.
There's Dave J. He's got 8.7. It's got 8.5 million subscribers. He's a YouTube guy. Makes money doing it. Yeah, Donald Marshall predicted Katy Perry's meltdown years in advance. No doubt. Well, Katy Perry's meltdown on stage the other day looked like an RFID chip went off. Very strange. John Bidet, yeah. This video reminds me of you. Okay, here's me. Pretty funny. I like the way he dances. Okay, man. Thank you. Thank you, Ann. Man. Google promises to crack down on truth videos that expose government terrorism. Google's trying to modify the message so that everyone believes just like Google. Yeah, it's pretty funny how Google's run by the country's government operation, DARPA. They invested a tremendous amount in Google stock, and they bought it through In-Q-Tel. And now they have a presiding control over Google, and they even have they hire people like Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, to be their Department of Defense worker. It's amazing how they own it. I turned guests off for the obvious reason that we're being attacked. And the people that are trying to attack me are very threatened by the existence of our show. And they want to attack me in the worst way, shut me down, even threaten my life on a daily basis. That's how serious they are. And not many people would be willing to do what I do. I'm sure you do, Salty. Not many people would be willing to do what I do, but I have the ability to do it. I have no fear. I continue to go forward every day with a great sense of courage that my destiny is laying out right in front of me. And if they happen to be standing in my way, if I were locked in my house and I had to defend myself, I could definitely take care of business. But they know that. That's why they're afraid. But they've been threatening me for 8 years now. I mean, I've been getting unbelievable threats. When I first started the show in 2008, I did a blog talk radio show in which I described Barack Obama as a potential triple agent, a terrorist, working secretly for other governments. I just pitched the entire radio show at the time, and I put that out there. I didn't do the radio show. But as soon as I put the pitch out there, I got 3 death threats from the Middle East. Because they did have an ally in Barack Obama. These people who are exercising all kinds of unusual attacks against various countries, Obama literally hired Al-Qaeda to depose Muammar Gaddafi. And the CIA hired the Al-Qaeda forces in Libya, and this is common knowledge. You can go to CBS News and read all about it. They hired not only known terrorist members, but people who were extremely dangerous to promote terrorism in Libya so they could depose the leader, Muammar Gaddafi, and get rid of him. Listen to the hundreds of songs where celebrities would try to warn you they sold their soul. Now you know what it means. Exactly. When the real soul owner wakes up, the clone body goes limp. Wow. It's fascinating. You know, this cloning story we're going to talk about tonight because of the links you brought. We're going to be playing some of those broadcasts. I don't know. I guess being right was what my destiny is all about. I see the world through a big lens. I'm an inductive reasoner, so I reason with my mind. I see the forest and then look at the trees. You might be looking at the trees right now, wondering where the forest is. But if you have this ability, and it's not that hard to acquire critical thinking ability, you'll figure it out too. It won't be that hard for you to understand.
Hi, everybody. Amaterasu Solar, known as Amy, sent me this video, this information, suggested I mirrored this video by Son of Perdition, and I thought I'd rather talk about it myself because this is already affecting me and other people on YouTube, other truth tellers everywhere, not just YouTube, but on Twitter and others.
Okay, this is how I see the world, and he has his third backup account he's created. So he's got a lot of different accounts on YouTube, so he stays afloat in case they knock him off. They took down Scissor Fight's account, and he had to rebuild it when he did a video showing Donald Trump with the sniffles. Yeah, imagine all we did was, I was the one that suggested he do it, so I feel a little guilty about it in some ways, but all he did was take clips from the debates of Donald Trump speaking and put them together into a series of cuts of whenever he was speaking, he had this constant sniffle thing going on. And Scissor Fight got his entire account knocked off the internet, YouTube, just for doing this, posting this.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
Well, I better cut it off. I don't want to have my account shut down for having that there. So, there's no reason why anyone would have their account taken down for that. Showing the sniffles that were going on. That's all. It's kind of amazing. It is funny. And he had about 130 snorting episodes we counted on one of his debates. 73 on another. Yeah, another one bites the dust. And another one down, and another one down. So we're going to start off our show tonight about big reveal happened just on Seth Rich alone. He was drugged, interrogated, and beaten and shot and left for dead when somebody found him, a witness, and the government won't even investigate this case. So we'll start off our evening at 10 o'clock with that one. But it's fine. I think the good thing is the government has made it clear that we're not going to be doing business with Russia. 97-2, the Senate voted. I think one abstained. But 97-2, the Senate voted to include and continue the sanctions against Russia. So this entire reveal, at the very least, has put the brakes on any deals that Russia was trying to maneuver with Trump. So that's a good thing. I'm very pleased about that. And I have hope. The same group of people might just say, yeah, there is preponderance of evidence that shows that Trump was trying to obstruct with justice and committed high crimes and misdemeanors. And they may actually impeach this guy. He's not doing anything for the country. Right now he's treading water and can't lead because he's already been nullified. A lot of his objectives have all but failed. The embargo he has, basically a travel ban against anybody coming in, is failing left and right in courts, and it's being implemented still. The people are coming in still. The travel ban hasn't been issued. Yeah, I heard about it weeks ago, but I'm bringing it up again because it's not being investigated. That's my point. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and open this up.
When know that
I'm going to have to sort some of these things right now. We had some really good stuff last week in our Truth Tuesday show. We discovered some videos of Elvis singing recently. There's a very strong belief out there that Elvis Presley really is alive. This video right here has him singing with his son Matt. Here's a picture of Elvis today. Okay, you could never get Kenny Rogers to sing like this. This is Elvis Presley, everybody, and he's living in Graceland to this day. This is strong evidence. We've got lots of preponderance of evidence that suggests that he did it. He managed to get his life back. So you got to admire his efforts, over the years to become anonymous and live in his own comfortable home with his own family. And no one, it's the voice of an angel, I know. You can't replicate that. That's supposed to be a groundskeeper. Well, on another event, he called him dad. Matt calls him dad out there in public events. It's pretty much common knowledge in the family that he's alive, but nobody talks about it because they don't want anything to,
Good morning, friends and stalkers.
break out. Okay, something came in from Scissor Fight, the Grenfell Tower demolition, filing 3 years before fire. Okay, so they filed for the demolition 3 years before the fire. So this implies that this building was actually burned down by somebody maliciously to get this thing demolished. It becomes more and more obvious. Wow. Go figure. Trying to keep up with this stuff. Okay, well, that's enough fun for now. We're having too much fun here. It's pretty obvious. And, guests must be really frustrated tonight because they haven't had their way. Yeah, the child has the suit, but not the voice. The child, the Matt, his half-son, he does a tribute to his father's work. It's no different than Dean Martin's son, Ricky. I mean, Ricky Martin is a millionaire. What? No kidding. Whoa. This is freaky.
Ricky Martin, the youngest son of Dean Martin, has reportedly died at age 62. Family members told Variety that Martin, an entertainer in his own right, was found dead in his Utah home on Wednesday. But according to The Hollywood Reporter, a cause of death has yet to be determined. Martin worked with Carl Wilson of the Beach Boys on his album Beached in the 70s. After his brother Dean Paul Martin was killed in a military plane crash, Martin took over for him, performing with Desi Arnaz Jr. and Billy Hinchy in a singing group formerly called Dino Desi and Billy. Martin is survived by his 3 daughters, as well as his mother Jeannie Martin and his siblings Craig, Gail, Deanna, Gina, and Sasha.
Wow. I am floored. I had no idea Ricky had passed away at 62. Oh man, that's a shocker. I had an opportunity to meet him.
Coinage. Life well spent. Presented by Geico. Believe it or not, books were the dominant form of...
I had a chance to meet him in the 80s. Wow, that's really shocking. I'm really shocked. I had no idea he died. David, is your AI activated? I am fully ready and capable of answering any question in real time. Go ahead. But no, seriously, I met the guy. I was on his yacht. It was New Year's Eve, 1988, I think. It's like yesterday. I was turning to him, and he was like having a party in the front of the boat. And no, he was driving the boat. It was 4th of July. Wow, that's mysterious and shocking. Yeah. Well, he had a lot of money. And now I'm beginning to wonder, I'm going to have to do an investigation into Ricky Martin's death. No, not Kenny Rogers. He's still around. But Kenny Rogers does not have the voice that you just heard of Elvis Presley. The one living, the Elvis that's living. Kenny Rogers' voice it's a much higher voice. It's a good voice, don't get me wrong, but it's much higher.
For a taste of your whiskey, I'll give you some advice. So I handed him my bottle, and he drank down my last swallow.
And then he said, that's Kenny Rogers. But that was not Kenny Rogers. Now that's shocking. I'm not Johnny Carson. And Ed's not here. I'm sorry for my loss too, Happy Hour. That's a memory gone bad. To see a guy that young, 62, die, unknown causes. Well, no question about it. They do look alike. I mean, but I'm not really sure if it's that relevant. Well, that's shocking. And now back to Joan Rivers. The late Joan Rivers. Yeah, Ricky. His name, he spelled it R-I-C-C-I. His brother died. I know, Ricky, not Ricky Martin as in Ricky Martin died. But what's really weird, now this is kind of strange, when did Ricky Martin die? You see, I'm on the Conspiracy Monday hunt tonight. Okay, Ricky Martin died August 3rd, 2016. Ricky Martin died August 6th, 2016. Wrong, that's not the right Ricky. Hang on. His wiki hasn't even updated to include his death. Is Ricky Martin still alive? I'm having a little problem here. We're having a conspiracy Monday meltdown. Oh, okay. Ricky Martin is alive. Okay. This is a little weird. Hang on. I'm confused too. I got to trace this down. I'm going to go back to a video I have. Hang on. Let's just pull this together. Okay, it's not Ricky Martin. He's still fine. He's fine. It's Ricky, R-I-C-C-I. He's fine. George Michael was the one that died. Yeah, I was confusing George Michael with Ricky Martin. My mistake. He's still living. But Ricky has passed away. Yeah, my mistake. Yeah, he died December 25th, 2016.
This stuff keeps me sane and happy. I could write without it if I was sane and happy. You know? But actually, the thing I would actually say about it is I think it's very good for creative people, but it is a terrible, terrible drug in terms of, you know, you've got to be in the right position in life to take it. You've got to have at least achieved most of your ambitions, because it chills you out to the degree that you could lose your ambition. So I would absolutely say, you know, it's a great drug. I mean, obviously not very healthy, but
Okay, so that was George Michael, my mistake. Glad I didn't think that Ricky Martin had died. But Ricky, with R-I-C-C-I, lesser known, but son of Dean Martin, passed away at the age of 62. A sad tribute to a guy who was really a nice person with lots and lots of money. Kind of wonder what happened to that estate. Because he had most of the fortune of the Dean Martin's family. Okay, Sarah's gone for the evening. 6.3 million watching on UHF tonight in Ozarks. Thank you, Ozarks, for that tidbit. You begin to realize your mortality gets real when you see people dying at 62 and you're 57, you know. Oh yeah, this is a story that I heard on the internet. It was about Jim Morrison, what he did to Laverne and Shirley. He had a cruel prank that he committed against the star of Laverne and Shirley back when they were younger.
I'm Ashley DeBorkin, and today's Fox 411 Throwback Thursday is with TV icon, actress, producer, and author Cindy Williams, who famously delivered laughs as one half of the dynamic comedic duo Laverne and Shirley. She has now penned a memoir dubbed Shirley, I Jest, A Storied Life, and is here to tell us all about it. Welcome, Cindy. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Ashley, for having me. It's exciting.
Yes, so it is exciting. So writing this book...
So I'll play that a little later tonight. Thank you. The cruel joke and everything. Okay, so Tiger Woods is now saying he's getting professional help for RX drugs. He's dealing with a lot of pain issues, so, you know, it's constant pain from all the sports industries, but injuries, but says he's getting professional help for his issues with prescription medication in the wake of his DUI arrest, but he's not describing the situation as rehab. He says, I'm currently receiving professional help to manage my medications in the ways that I deal with back pain and sleep disorder. He told people in a statement, I want to thank everyone for the amazing outpouring of support and understanding, especially the fans and players on tour. Woods was arrested on May 31st. I think it's kind of sad that he got a DUI. I think he's being targeted as a black man. It's just a PR stunt. He's just still popping Xanaxes and hitting Vicodin really hard. Wow. Well, I guess that'll play out. We'll see if it just all goes away for him. Well, I guess you would be famous by now if I put the screen on this. Now you're famous. Ghoster of famous. Imagine if millions are watching. We're all famous by now. Yeah, you are. You're the original chatters of the original America's Third Party viral video show way back in 2017 for you time travelers who are in 2032. Much of my conversation is with people of this present era. They don't realize that I, too, am a time traveler and am here to help the American people out and have already seen the future. So let's get down to brass tacks. We're getting close to the 10 o'clock hour, 4 more minutes, and I bail from this show. It's not that I don't want to talk, it's just that Sarah and I have a personal life we have to, share. We don't have the luxury of having sniffling sessions.
How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
So that's pretty much the size of Donald Trump's presidency so far. He's got some sort of a sniffling disorder. We're not sure what. But he says he has problems sleeping. Do you think the sniffling disorder has something to do with his sleep disorder? I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. Men who look like KennyRogers.com. That's pretty funny. Okay. The lineup is growing every second. As you get older and have a beard, you look more like Kenny Rogers.
Then he bombed a cigarette and asked me for a light. And the night got deathly quiet. And his face lost all expression. Said, if you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right.
You got to
know when to hold 'em.
Know when to fold 'em. Okay, so we're looking at hundreds of people that are matching the description of Elvis Presley and Kenny Rogers. And they put their names and faces out there. Now it's a big hit for gals that like to be with Kenny Rogers. These guys are getting big time dates left and right. They don't even have to join Match.com. They can join... Yeah. Whatever. Wow, they just keep going, man. Look at it, just endless roll. Kenny Rogers lookalikes. Well, that guy really looks like him right there. Hey, are you Kenny? Here he is, Kenny Rogers, everybody. Nope, that's somebody else. Whatever. Well, they want to be Kenny Rogers, so. And they know he's a popular guy. All the gals dig him. That's a pretty funny video of that guy dancing. There's so many links that I've had to process tonight. Well, the biggest concern I think with this burning tower inferno is that it doesn't seem like 70 people died. It seems like more. Seems like a lot more have died. That's my biggest concern. And we profiled this show earlier with this woman speaking, but she was there helping with provisions, and she said nobody was coming. There were no victims, nobody who got out, and were coming to get food from her. They had a lot of food donated.
Stay in your apartment. You know why I say stays in your apartment? Because they haven't got that inferno. You know when you see a building and someone's had a fire, it'll be one window that's black, and that's the house that burnt, right? Right. But because they put an inferno, the fire went up, across, and down. They were trapped. How? Where are they getting out? You're in a building that's got a fire doing that, and they're telling you to go down the stairs, and they're trying to go down the stairs, and their feet are burning. So we're doing this for who? Who are we doing it for? Everyone's died. Where are they? Where are the people that I grew up with? Where are they? I don't know all these people. I don't even know who's a victim. I don't know who's here to help. All I can say is I haven't seen one victim. And if someone has to stand up and be the bad guy and be the voice, fine, I'll do that. I've got 23,000 followers on Instagram. My name's DJ Isla, and I'm going to promote it to everybody. I'm going to make everyone say, I'm not saying, oh, this is nice what everyone's doing. Yeah, it's great, but who's it for? Everyone's died, and no one wants to say it. Not the news. They don't want to say it. I had to hear a little kid say, my friends have died. Where are my friends? A little kid, 5 years old, 6 years old. Where are their friends? Everyone has died, and no one is telling them. No one is telling people. And we're all here bringing water, boxes, packing, clothes, this. For what? Where's it going? If I find out that this stuff goes to Oxfam or to Red Cross and it doesn't go to the families of that building, because we need 500 funerals paid for. We all went to bed and woke up all right. They all went to bed and woke up with dead family. And there's a kid that got thrown out of a window. Who's paying for that? That person, that baby's mum who threw out the window. Who's paying for that woman's funeral? Who's paying for it? But we want to send boxes to who? 76 people. Okay, sorry. The 76 people, I think we got them. I think they're good. With everything that you've seen, 76 people. Cool. Okay, the 76 people are good. Where's the rest of the 500?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Where are they?
I'm seeing people walking around with missing on their piece of paper, but the news can't pick it up.
Yep.
I'll pick it up. DJ Isla is my Instagram page. If you want to find out and if you want to help and find out the truth, go on my page and find out what really is going on. Because the BBC News and all the newses that are reporting, they're not reporting the truth. They're not reporting the truth. And I'm sick of everyone not saying anything. Everyone doesn't want to. My friends are asking me like, oh, Nadia, are you at the centres? Yeah, I am at the centres. Please look for my auntie. These are my friends. Please look for my auntie. I can't tell her auntie. I don't want to say it. I can't even say it.
Okay, so it looks more and more like a cover-up to demolish a building that was already slated for demolition 3 years prior. A permit had been filed on the demolition of this building. So it looks to me like arson, no matter what the officials say in London. And it looks to me like they purposely set this building up to blow out. Supposedly there had been new siding put on it, clad siding that had foam, which was an accelerant, and it had air gaps along the middle of the fascia of the building. So they already knew that with this resurfacing of the image of this building, they could easily light it up like a Roman candle. So this is a really, really serious situation. And if the government in England they're not reporting the deaths of these people, and this woman's saying that people are still walking around with missing signs, hundreds of people. Wow. What they're willing to do to get their land value to increase is beyond comprehension. Genocide is just some small thing to them. So we have a real solid reason to build this political movement and challenge these people at every level. Investigating Seth Rich's murder, opening up the Pizzagate files, getting the FBI to be honest, lie detectoring, testing everybody in the FBI so that we have people who are legitimate, not people who are there to do hidden deeds done dirt cheap for side payment. I don't know if Comey's honest at all. I can't tell you. I can tell you that it looks to me like his testimony on Hillary Clinton is dishonest. So how do I know his statements about Trump are honest? I think there's got to be a lot more information other than Comey coming up about Trump that will implicate him with the Russians. Comey was just the outside surface. And when Trump tried to obstruct justice by, firing him, he clearly committed a felony obstruction of justice. But the government's going to have to go beyond that and really lay out a case. All right, this has been pretty cool up to this point. I don't think Hillary was being honest at all. No. In fact, it looks more and more like there's a massive cover-up of the Hillary case. If you want to go to a site that'll blow your mind, go to this one. I send this to people who want to investigate the Hillary Clinton. I voted for Bill Clinton. I was, like many Democrats, extremely deceived. But this is probably one of the better sites. WhatReallyHappened.com actually has. Wow. Okay, well they have information that you can look at that will give you more information about the Clinton body count. Mysterious deaths of over 117 people. all related to the Bill and Hillary, and many of them, like James McDougal, was going to testify. Somebody put together one of these expandable GIF files that are, more easy to read from a distance, but reveal a hidden secret story. You can actually look at that site. It gives you all the close-up details of every person that has died mysteriously, ready to testify. McDougal was going to testify in the Whitewater case, and he died the day before, or I think hours before he's going to testify. I don't trust RT, no. I believe that Putin is not to be trusted, but I think we knew that going into the Cold War. So it doesn't come as a surprise to me that what we really have to figure out is Donald working secretly for Putin, and does Putin have leverage on him with the sex tapes? And Donald's not going to say that that's the case if indeed it is the case. He would only confuse himself. Right now he's trying to meet the demands of 2 or 3 people all at the same time. That's the job that he's created for himself by trying to be president and profiting from the job. He's there for personal profit. That's his primary goal. Yeah, Reddit has it there. There you go. Reddit has a good one. That's the pick. Yeah, I have it right in front of me. Yep. I'll save it to a hard file because it's worth looking at. Okay. Well, that was it for it tonight. We'll be opening up guest chat later tonight. Right now, we're going to let you guys just chat and look at videos because I've got a lot lined up here for you. I have to do some organizing still. We are bringing in the links. If you ever want to watch our playlists, we have a bunch of them at our website, youtube.com/America's Third Party. And it is endless good link viewership. I mean, if you look at our playlist, New 6 is the one we're using right now. NEW6. But we have New 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All of these links are very, very intense. I'm trying to get to where we are tonight. Okay. Okay, we got a lot of intense stuff going at the bottom here. Newly leaked classified stuff we won't even get to tonight, but the rest is going to be lined up. Okay. Okay, this is a story. I'm just going to bring you the conspiracy theory that the cell phone towers have been weaponized. It's a very interesting conspiracy theory because what we're seeing is RF frequency, a killing of people who are working on the cell phone towers. A high number of technicians are dying from thyroid-related illnesses and brain tumors. And one of the biggest things that we're not being told in our country, in America, is that holding a cell phone next to your head can lead and contribute to brain cancer. So I'm urging every one of you, all of you watching the show, to hold your cell phone away from your body and talk on the speakerphone. Now, I know your daughter's not going to want to do that because you'll hear their conversations, but tell her go in the bedroom or in the closet and have her conversations with the cell phone away from her head. Really, I'm serious. And she'll be saying, like, Dad, like, why are you saying this? But just say, it's way better for you, and I'm not going to listen to your conversations, but it's way better for you to hold it away from your head. Our government should have sent out a PSA about this years ago, and they haven't. The director of the World Health Organization has openly said that cell phones contribute to brain cancer. So I don't know the specifics about a Bluetooth headset, but I would assume it might have something involved. Wired connections, headsets are might even have something involved, but the connections are pretty serious. And now we're beginning to think that the cell phone towers themselves are dangerous because people living near them are dying. So we'll play that video to start with, just to make you aware of what's happening. And then we'll go on to the Donald Marshall narrative, a short example of how cloning is going on, and they're not talking about it. All kinds of weird stuff. I haven't even seen that one. Okay, thanks again for coming in, everyone. We're always open to links, and sorry for the chat attack, but when they see that I'm clearly making headway against them, they're going to hire everybody they can to come and threaten me, and who knows, they might even send somebody stupid enough to come to my house. And if so, I mean, I feel sorry for them, but their days will end right there. If it puts Sarah and I in jeopardy for our life or safety, there's no other option. So I can't imagine anyone would be that stupid to do that. But you see, we're not going to stop, and we can't stop, because this show is an ongoing effort to just keep things rolling. You know, we're not going to give up because they think they're going to intimidate us from doing something important. Like stopping corruption as evil, as people killing children and getting away with it. Using that information as leverage in politics, even weirder. And I understand Tyson Chicken, Ozark says, is under investigation for brain cancer caused by chemicals. Well, it's weird the way the Tyson chicken is now being investigated while Donald Trump allows Chinese chicken to come in without any regulations. Isn't that interesting? One of the most important food providers in the country, Tyson Chicken, and now, so I'm glad to see an investigation, but I mean, really? I mean, it's a little too pat for them to be investigated right when our government openly allows Chinese chicken into our country. Very strange commonality of occurrences. Yeah, people eat Tyson chicken. It's very, very popular. All right. One little tribute to the show, our theme song.
We can't stop and we won't stop.
And we'll say goodnight for tonight. We'll be videos till 2.
We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions, causing double visions. If you ain't up to speed, you need to speed it up. Either piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Can't stop, can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop. Can't stop, can't stop.
The possibility to exterminate an entire country can occur at the flip of a switch without